everybody, and welcome along to Lydden Hill for the final day of the 2025 Motorsport UK British Rallycross Championship 5 Nations Trophy. After the floodlit racing we enjoyed last night, it's daylight action today, and we're going to get kick-started with the Super Retro division to start our final day of the season. There's a little bit of practicing going on at the minute because Dave Ewan, who missed all of yesterday's event, has to complete his 3 practice laps. So we've got a little bit of practicing going on before we get going with the first of today's races. This is a clean slate, a whole new round to kick-start the final day of the year, and we're going to get going with the Super Retro division. All of the classes we saw racing yesterday will be back in action again today, and it's a full new round. Points are forgotten from yesterday, added to the championship tally, and then we decide a couple of the titles still to be decided here on Sunday, one of them being the Super Retro fight. I'm Dan Wright. I'll guide you through the action across the course of the day for the last round of the 2025 season, and as Dave Ewan is about to complete his practice laps, we'll be building up to the first of our many races right up to 4 o'clock this afternoon. The grid for race 1 in our Super Retro race, Dave Ewan's going to be in the second race, so we have a quick turnaround before getting back in the paddock and heading out for his first race. But our first grid will see Nigel Davey on pole position in 691, Stuart Emery alongside in the Volvo 242, Vince Bristow in his BMW, Darrell Ambrose in the Peugeot, Martin West in his Ford, and Hannah Stewart in her Talbot Sunbeam number 314. Super Retros were top class yesterday, enjoyed some great action from that category, but also a full host of Rallycross categories produced some top class racing. We're going to kick-start with the Super Retros. The Supercars will follow. We will need to have a break at 11 for the 2-minute silence for remembrance, but we'll be continuing Q1 after that with the Junior Swifts continuing the session, Retros, Swifts, Cross Cars, and an Autograss demo before we go into Q2. We're due to break for lunch at the end of Q2, but there won't be too much of a break because we've got a lot to get through before 4 o'clock, and we are going to get started with Nigel Davey, Stuart Emery and Vince Bristow, our front row starters. 691 of Nigel Davey from Cornwall in his Triumph, Stuart Emery in the Volvo. Now, will Stuart's Volvo be able to survive today, because he had prop shaft failure yesterday and the team worked very hard overnight to weld the prop shaft back together. So Stuart's Volvo 242 is back on the grid, but with a late finish for the Emery team. They were working until 11 o'clock last night getting the prop shaft repaired on the Petter Solberg Tribute Volvo. So this will be a key moment for Stuart and the team to see if the Volvo can survive off the line. Nigel Davey then on pole in the Triumph. Stuart Emery alongside in the Volvo. Vince Bristow in the BMW on the outside of row 1. And Darrell Ambrose and Martin West on row 2. Ambrose was quick yesterday in his Peugeot. Martin West in his Ford Escort, and on the back row is Hannah Stewart in her Talbot Sunbeam in the old Rally Works Talbot colours. We'll see how Hannah Stewart gets on from Lewis in East Sussex. She's driving a Talbot Sunbeam prepared by her dad Barry. Barry drove a similar car to this in the 1990s, and the Talbot Sunbeam has been built up by him this year. The running gear from his old Talbot car has been put into this new shell, and we see how Hannah gets on from the back of the grid in number 314. The qualifying stages will all run over 4 laps as we saw on Saturday, and our first race of the day is about to get going then with the Super Retros. Nigel Davey on pole, Stuart Emery alongside, and Vince Bristow for company. We're ready to race. First race of Sunday is going. Stuart Emery does get a good getaway then. The Volvo with its prop shaft hastily repaired overnight with help from Vince Bristow, who's alongside Stuart on the grid. Stuart's already up into the lead. Sadly, Martin West hasn't moved off the line in the Martin Skanker Tribute Ford Escort, but we're away nicely with day 2, and it's Emery in the naturally aspirated Volvo 242 which leads the way. Vince Bristow missed out on the final yesterday, which was unlike Vince. We usually see him in the latter stages of the events in his BMW. He's running nicely in second spot, with Darrell Ambrose having a good run in the rear-wheel drive Peugeot, and Nigel Davey at the back of the leading quartet in 4th. Hannah Stewart continuing her learning experience in the retro division. She's running in 5th position, but it's Emery who's worked hard with the team throughout the evening and the night time to get this Volvo working. There's a yellow flag zone at the chicane because Martin West's car has pulled off at the side of the road beneath our commentary tower here in the Arthur Debenham Tower. And it's Stuart Emery though who leads the first lap here at Lydden on the final day of the British Rallycross Championship. Our championship protagonists, Charlie French and Alan Crockett, have been put in the next race. So we'll see our championship rivals out in the next duel, but this is really boiling up nicely here in the first retro race of the day. Emery leads, but Vince Bristow and Darrell Ambrose are not letting the huge Volvo 242 get away. Emery into the right-hander at North Bend Hairpin. He's got a new engine coming for next season, so he'll have a bit more power under the bonnet of the Volvo, but he's got company here at his home circuit today with Bristow, Ambrose and Davey right with him as they come into the yellow flag zone, so they can't overtake through the chicane. Not like they would really want to try it there with such one line really through the chicane section, but they hit half distance, 2 to go, and it's still Emery with the lead, but Darren Ambrose is right on the tail of Vince Bristow in the tail-happy BMW, up past the flags and over the tabletop jump. There's no joker lap to think about for the retro division, so they've got to make their moves on circuit, and we'll see if Emery can keep hold of this top spot. He had good starts yesterday on the first day of the meeting, but struggled in the final with the prop shaft failure, and that puts him out. So hopefully for Stuart, he can get a clean run here, and he's fighting for a strong position in the overall championship standings. They come down Harry Hill and into paddock for the penultimate time. Last lap board is being made ready, and Emery is going to start the final mile of this Rallycross circuit in number 71 with the lead. Ambrose and Davey still third and fourth. Vince Bristow, your second place runner. Emery's just posted the best lap of the session. He's the only driver into the 49 second bracket. So Emery is really working smartly in the Volvo. The Castrol colours of Petter Solberg's first rallycross car, which started his very successful career. And now great to have Emery out on circuit in such an iconic looking car. Up into North Bend for the final time, and the Faversham favourite is through the North Bend hairpin quite smartly. The former Super National champion who's got his head around rear wheel drive very quickly indeed, and really developed this season into a real contender in Super Retro. We're going to have a change for third because Nigel Davies up the inside of Darren Ambrose in the background, and Davies going to make it through. Emery wins. Bristow is in second, and Nigel Davey does make the move on Darren Ambrose at the line. Good close action at the very end of the first Super Retro race. It's Stuart Emery who wins. He stops the clocks first with a 3:28.0. The Stuart's team will be chuffed with that. All of the late finish yesterday was paid off, and Emery in the Volvo 242 has got the car repaired, and it's working very nicely. 3:28.0 for Stuart Emery is our first race win of the day, and it'll be Hannah Stewart who comes down out of North Bend hairpin and into paddock for the final time in her Talbot Sunbeam, who's going to complete the running. This is powered by a 2-litre Ford Pinto engine, and Dad Barry used that engine and the running gear from the Talbot in the Compomotive Wheels British Rallycross Championship in the 1990s. They've just found a different shell to put the running gear into. So great to have the Stewart name back in Retro Rallycross, and Hannah completes our finishers in 5th spot. Emery is our first winner of the day though, and his time is the one they'll all be looking to beat when we see the championship favourites come out for race 2. So Martin West's car is going to need recovery from the Canterbury Straight, but our next batch of Super Retro runners are coming out onto the circuit, and this is a busy grid. Dave Ewan, who's just completed the practice session, is going to be on the front row, and he's got Charlie French on pole, Ewan in the centre of the front row, Pat Duran on the outside, the four-time British Rallycross champion in his Zaxby's Ford Escort Mark II, Ray Morgan and Alan Crockett on the second row. Ray, who had damage in the semi-final stages yesterday, but has got the car repaired and is ready to go from row 2, with Alan Crockett alongside, fighting for the championship with Charlie French. Andy Grant's on the back row with fellow Devon racer Alan Tapscott, the former Super National front runner in his Ford Escort Mark II. Many Fords plus an Opel. It's a varied field still. You've got the blue oval is the dominant manufacturer, but there's many different models, shapes and sizes on this super retro grid, all for cars built before 1991. And Charlie French, our pole sitter, stretched his championship lead yesterday. It's now 10 points over Northern Irishman Alan Crockett. The two turbo cars here are Charlie French on pole and Pat Duran on the outside of row 1. The rest are naturally aspirated, and we'll see how they go in the Super Retro Q2, race 2 of Q1, with Dave Ewan in the centre in his Evo powered Fiesta. We're ready to go once Martin West's car is removed from North Bend Hairpin, and Charlie French will look to start day 2 in fine fashion here. The Super Retro reigning champion has the championship lead to his name. He stretched that advantage yesterday. Can he do the same again here in the Ford Escort Mark II? We're ready to go then. Look towards the lights. 4 laps of action ahead. Alan Crockett's got his work cut out from row 2, but can he get on terms with French? We're about to kick-start the Super Retro duel as they chase Stuart Emery's time. Or are we? Because we have a full start. A red light has come up on the start line gantry. Someone has crept forward and broken the timing beam, so we'll wait to see what and who is going to pick up a start line penalty and be pushed back a row. No double joker lap penalty in the retro category, so drivers are going to be shoved back a row if they're found to have broken the beam on the start line, and the officials are looking at Alan Crockett's car, or at least just pushing him back into position. Crockett's using a 2.7 litre Millington engine, naturally aspirated in his Opel dealer team Cadet GTE. Charlie French's championship rival has a 1.9 litre turbocharged Ford Escort on pole position, and 12 people were involved in the building of the car from the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club based in Heathfield in East Sussex. So it's been a huge effort from the squad, and we've got a mixture of naturally aspirated against the turbos, and hopefully this time we can get going for race number 2 of the day. The Super Retro division then. They look towards the lights. No one seems to have been pushed back, so we are all okay. Just someone had broken a beam, but they've got away with it. Ready to race light is on. Green and go, and Ray Morgan's left on the line, sadly. Pat Duran gets a good start in number 46. Alan Crockett's trying to make up from the second row, but it's Charlie French then, the reigning champion, who leads the way onto the Talladega dirt for the first time. Duran is his second place runner. Crockett's already trying to get on terms with him though, around the outside as they come up towards the tabletop jump for the first time. It's French with the advantage, Crockett in third, Pat Duran in the middle of the two championship hunters here, with Dave Ewan in fourth spot. He had suspension issues and missed all of yesterday, so he's come down to Lydden from Cumbria yesterday and has made it to the home of Rallycross to go racing today in his ex-Jamie Lee Ford Fiesta. Mitsubishi Power in the Ford, and he's coming out of North Bend Hairpin in a comfortable fourth place at the minute as Andy Grant has tries to make a move on Tapscott, but a spin down at the bottom of the hill, and Pat Duran's in the gravel. So Pat's found the gravel at Paddock Bend, and Duran in the Zaxby's Ford is facing the wrong way and isn't going anywhere there. He's beached in the gravel at Paddock, and Pat is out. All the red flags fly. Will be able to continue. There's no joker lap for the retro, so they won't need to run too close to Pat's stricken Ford. And we are having a very good fight on track at the minute, because Dave Ewan is leading the two Escorts, the Andy Grant number 45 car and Alan Tapscott in 91. They go up Hairy Hill, and Dave Ewan's going to lose a spot as Charlie French continues to lead. Crockett now in a distant second spot, but the fight really is behind them, because Andy Grant's in 45 in his Vauxhall powered Ford. Alan Tapscott in the barn-find Ford Escort Mark II, and then this Mitsubishi-powered Ford of Dave Ewan in number 17. 2 laps left to go, and it's still Charlie French with that advantage, but Dave Ewan has now been passed by the Ford Escorts. Grant's nipped through, so too has Tapscott, and Ewan in the Lakeland Pipe sponsored car drops to the penultimate position now, because Ray Morgan's on the back of him, having missed the start and stayed on the line too long. Ray's got his work cut out at the back of the pack, but it's Andy Grant and Alan Tapscott who are catching our attention at the minute. They are running in 3rd position, with Grant in 45, Tapscott in 91, and the 2 Devon racers with decades of rallycross experience underneath them. They are going up into North Bend Hairpin together. Grant in the ex-Lee Wood title-winning Ford Escort, Tapscott in his 91 AT Motors repaired car. They come down Hairy Hill, and Alan's got another Mark II Escort in build, so he's really enjoying his retro rallycross racing. He's planning to have a more powerful Ford Escort Mark II, which we may see at the Lydden Legends Festival next season. So it's great to have drivers committing to the 2026 campaign already, as Alan Crockett is in a lonely 2nd place here, unable to get on terms with Charlie French. Pat Duran just a spectator at the side of the road. We've lost Pat, but Charlie French has stretched his lead out front. Andy Grant still in 3rd spot now, with Tapscott right on him through the Devil's Elbow, but it's French from Crockett, a distant 2nd. The fight for 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th is still on, because Grant into North Bend Hairpin holding off Alan Tapscott, but Charlie French is going to take a comfortable win. We'll see how it compares on the times to that of Stuart Emery. Alan Crockett is your 2nd place finisher, with 3rd spot going to go the way of Andy Grant. Ray Morgan's managed to catch onto the rear of Dave Ewan, but it's going to be Andy Grant who takes 3rd, Tapscott 4th, and our final couple of finishers are going to be Dave Ewan, who missed yesterday in his Ford Fiesta, and Ray Morgan in 114 in the Ford Escort, a BDA powered machine. Ray gets to the line then in 5th place, 6th overall, and that puts him 10th in the times. Pat Duran and on finisher. Charlie French beats Stuart Emery's time by 8 seconds, so 8 seconds quicker than race 1. Charlie French is your pace setter in the opening race of the day here in the Super Retro division. Alan Crockett 2nd and Andy Grant 3rd in Q1. That is our first session of the day complete then. It's supercars out on circuit next, and the headline category is in the dummy grid. Our first taste of supercars then on day 2 here at Lydden Hill is next up, and it will be on pole position. Sam Clennell, who made his supercar debut yesterday, runs the Team RX racing cars usually, has been an RX 150 star of the past in the buggy category, but it's his first taste of supercar this weekend. He had a podium yesterday, a really good first outing in the Proton. Sam's on pole, Julian Godfrey alongside in number 20, Colin Anson in 21 in Julian's old car, the Mitsubishi Mirage, previously driven by James Grint. Colin runs the car just himself and his wife, a really small little setup, and the Essex racer, always a familiar face in the Rallycross paddock. Great to have Colin here in the Mitsubishi. And on the outside, it's Sittingbourne truck driver Mike Seller in number 69 in his ex-Tanner Faust Volkswagen Polo. We're going to have this race and then pause for the 2-minute silence for remembrance before the second race of Q1 for the supercars. So we'll get this race in before 11 before we pause. It's the first supercar race of the day. Clennell, Godfrey, Anson and Seller. This could be a close one, with Clennell, our newcomer, against the 6-time champion alongside him in Julian Godfrey. We're green and go with our first supercar race of day 2, and it's an even start from Clennell and Godfrey as they charge down to Talladega for the first time. The Proton has the lead with Julian Godfrey in second spot. Mike Sellers up into third with Julian Godfrey into the rear of Sam Clennell briefly as they approach the flags and up over the tabletop. Clennell is learning all the time in this Proton in his first outing in the headline supercar category. And he turns through in his newly liveried, the new colours, usually driven by Ollie O'Donovan, of course, but with Ollie absent this weekend, it's Sam who stepped in. He's got experience of this car, having driven it in test sessions and during shakedowns, helping the O'Donovans set up the car and run it, of course, at events across Europe and in Britain. But the car we've seen Patrick O'Donovan drive so successfully in previous rounds, now in the hands of Sam, as Colin Anson goes joker. 3 laps left to go, and we see Anson into the longer route. It's Clennell with the lead, Godfrey and Seller behind. The 3 black cars, 1, 2, 3, and it's Clennell, who's fresh from his podium finish yesterday, up over the tabletop in the Proton. 6-time champion Julian Godfrey in second spot behind him. He's been busy around the paddock, of course, with his laptop, checking on engines of other cars in the paddock. He's always one of the busiest figures in a rallycross paddock is Julian, but he's now got to concentrate on his own driving, and he's got this rallycross newcomer, at least in the supercar division, ahead in the form of Clennell. They come into paddock and they both stick to the normal line, so there's no joker lap action yet. Sam Clennell sticks to the normal Rallycross circuit, so too does Julian, and Mike Seller goes across the grass in the background in third spot. So Seller's lost time on that lap. The former super modified racer lost a bit of time in the Martland Motorsport built Polo, but it's Clennell up over the tabletop. Godfrey right with him, and a big jump from Julian. The 6-time champ from East Sussex is right on the tail of Clennell, who gets all sideways through the Devil's Elbow. Sam is feeling the pressure here now. Julian's right on him, and this is a good supercar duel between the new face to the supercar division and the old hand in the form of the 6-time champion Julian Godfrey. Through North Bend Hairpin and down the hill they come. What will they do on joker strategy? Julian goes joker this time through. They almost touch coming down Hairy Hill. Into the joker section goes Julian in 20. Onto the Canterbury Straight. Clennell now then. He's going to do his joker on that final tour. We hit the last lap. There's a mile to go, and Julian Godfrey's got his joker done. Sam needs a good lap here to keep Julian at bay. Goes a bit deep into Talladega, but finds the power again and up over the tabletop. Julian is setting good lap times. His best lap of the race is in the hands of Julian at the minute. A 45.1, so he is looking pacey, and Sam Clennell will know that. He needs to be neat and tidy. Through North Bend Hairpin, goes a bit deep, understeer in the Proton, a lot of understeer, a lot of tyre smoke, and he's still got to do the joker lap. They come down Hairy Hill for the final time then, and Sam disappears into the joker section. Julian Godfrey should nip up the inside here. They come up towards the timing line, and our first supercar race goes to Julian Godfrey then in the Citroen DS3. Godfrey wins it. Clennell is second. Julian posted his best lap of the session at the end there, a 44.1. Mike Seller is in third. Colin Anson in fourth in the Mitsubishi. And our first supercar race is in the books. Julian Godfrey then takes the win by 1.2 seconds from Sam Clennell in number 22. Mike Seller was third in the Volkswagen Polo, Colin Ansom, our final finisher in the Mitsubishi Mirage. Now, as the cars head back to the paddock, we will be taking a pause here at Lydden Hill to mark the 2-minute silence for remembrance at 11 a.m. So we will have a break now. The marshals will head out onto track away from their posts to mark that, and we'll be back with Supercar Race 2 of Q1 after 11 o'clock. The marshals and everyone, officials and everyone here at Lydden Hill, all now off their posts as we mark the 2-minute silence and remember the fallen here at Lydden. Thank you, everybody. and everyone around the circuit will now head back to their posts after our pause to remember those we lost in conflict, and we'll be back with our next supercar race in a few moments. Our next supercar grid then heads out of dummy grid, and this is where we will see our new champion for 2025, Derek Tohill, who took the GB1 sticker away from Patrick O'Donovan yesterday evening. Patrick can run GB1 one last time here today, but it'll be stuck to the Peugeot 208 of the Parts for Cars DA Racing prepared machine in 2026. Tohill then, the Dubliner, down on to pole. An emotional evening yesterday for Derek. He's got Dermot Carnegie's sticker in the window on the side of his Peugeot, as he's had throughout the season, and I'm sure the six-time champion was with Derek on his way to the title yesterday. He beat Patrick in a dramatic fight through North Bend Hairpin. If you haven't seen it, it's all on the British Rallycross social media channels from last night, and we're now lining 5 abreast for our second supercar race. Tohill, O'Donovan, and our last starters, Tom van der Heuvel from Holland in his VW Polo, Andrea de Borg on his first visit to Lydden, having won yesterday, Derek Tohill's teammate, and George Tracy Jr. Great to have George back in the British Rallycross paddock, former junior mini frontrunner. He's driving a Citroen Sport built Citroen C4. Had a WRC engine in it before that went bang about 15 years ago, and it's got the engine from Pat Duran's Citroen C4 now planted inside, and you see how the 18 of George Tracy Jr. goes. Technical issues yesterday, but it's been very last minute to get the car finished, and brilliant to have the oldest supercar on the grid here starting P5. The two championship rivals then. Yes, there's no points to fight over, but there's still an event win here, and Derek will be looking to go out with a victory to round out the season at the end of this afternoon's racing. We're going to kickstart Q1 then with Tohill, O'Donovan, van der Heuvel, de Borg and George Tracy Jr. We're ready to race and go, and O'Donovan gets the good start this time in GB1. So Patrick O'Donovan from second spot gets the lead away from Derek Tohill. Down into Talladega for the first time. It's the 3 Peugeot 208s. De Bourg touches the rear of O'Donovan. Just rides up over the rear bumper, but gets away with it. No punches or anything, it seems, at this stage. O'Donovan leads. So Patrick in GB1 has the advantage for now, with Andrea De Bourg, the flying Frenchman, in second position. The Bordeaux-based racer who on his first drive at Lydden took the win yesterday in front of a sold-out crowd. It was a brilliant result for the Lydden newcomer. That's through the North Bend hairpin. Goes POD with the advantage. Patrick leads. De Bourg second. Tohill, the new champion, third. Fourth spot for Tom van der Heuvel. So Tom, another driver making his Lydden Hill debut, slides through the bottom of the hill in the Volkswagen 635 in fourth spot, but it's Patrick O'Donovan who's into Talladega but makes a mistake, and De Bourg touches the back of him, and so too does Tohill. It's bumper cars through Talladega, but Patrick, with a rare mistake, he stopped the car on the inside, so Patrick stopped on the grass. We have a new race leader, and it's Andrea De Bourg with a battle-scarred Peugeot. De Bourg leads in 92. Tohill, the new champ, second. Third is Tom van der Heuvel, and something must have broken on Patrick's car because he suddenly stopped on the infield. He got a touch from De Bourg, but he's out on the grass, and Patrick is stranded on the inside of the Talladega banking. So POD out. De Bourg leads. Tohill is your second place runner. Third for Tom van der Heuvel. Fourth, George Tracy Jr., and they're going to pass the Parks Peugeot the next time they come through. De Bourg then in the DA Racing run Peugeot 208. He leads the way. His older brother JB had raced here in the World Championship back in 2017. Andrea was here that weekend. He's always wanted to go racing at Lydden and absolutely loved the place after his result yesterday. He loves the circuit, loves the flow and the challenge of this home of the sport and the high-speed nature of the home of Rallycross. Tohill in second. We know how much he loves Lydden, and after a very emotional day yesterday, he'll be hoping for a good, clean start to day 2 on this final event of the season. It's going DA Racing's way at the minute, and they both follow each other into the Joker lap. De Bourg and Tohill into the longer Joker route. Tohill is followed by Tom van der Heuvel in the Polo, and they begin their final lap. So they all stick to the normal line this time. Julian Godfrey, a 44.1, still the best lap of the session so far for Julian in the number 20 Citroen DS3. That was from race number 1. So Julian Godfrey set a good time early on in the Citroen. Can the Peugeots challenge that? We'll find out soon, because they're climbing up Hairy Hill and into North Bend hairpin for what is now the final time. De Bourg with the battle-scarred Peugeot through the right-hander, with Derek Tohill falling a little further away now of the Frenchman. Conditions are changing. It looks like it could be raining out on track as well, so definitely the pace has dropped. De Bourg is going to take the win in 92. De Bourg does it. Second spot would have been Tohill. He's had a drama down at paddock, so Tohill has spun away from second spot, and he's got damage on the Peugeot. So Tohill's had damage on the Peugeot across the line. Tom van der Heuvel comes through into second spot, so the Polo of Tom van der Heuvel is your second place finisher. Tohill third. Not sure what happened at paddock, but he's spun and hit the bank, it looks like. Tohill drops the third spot. George Tracy Jr. in the trusty Citroen C4 finishes with flames at the back in fourth spot. Julian Godfrey's time then still the top finisher in the early stages of this one. Julian Godfrey wins Q1 in the Citroen DS3. They've raced 1 times, looking to have trumped the race 2. De Bourg and Tohill and O'Donovan will have work to do later on, but there was damage on both at the start, and Patrick O'Donovan's car will now need recovering from the infield at Talladega. So dramatic stuff from the supercars, and we'll be back with a next batch of supercars for Q2. The Suzuki Swifts are heading out onto track for their first race of the day, and it's a junior category, which will be our next circuit action. Junior Swifts next track action, and it's 17-year-old Harrison Foley. This is last season in the junior category, who will start on pole. Caden Harris is in the championship fight, starts in the middle of row 1 in 84, the Essex-based youngster. On the outside, Tommy Brown in 18. On the second row, Teddy McPherson, your championship leader, and Will Hands, who rolled in practice yesterday but has found good speed as the day went on, and is one to watch, and you can't miss him in the bright green Suzuki. Patrick O'Donovan's car is going to need recovering though from Talladega. The Lydden recovery crew's already hard at work here on day 2. They were busy overnight and this morning because Tristan Ovenden, he hit the Armco very hard indeed coming down Hairy Hill in the final after his Citroen DS3 cut out, and sadly that's put Tristan out of today's race. So Ovenden won't be competing in the supercar categories. We didn't see him earlier. That was why, because he broke in the final yesterday. The car suddenly stopped, cut out. He was struck by Tom van der Heuvel's Polo coming down Hairy Hill, and that sent Ovenden into the Armco in front of the main, the top grandstand on the exit of North Bend. You can see on the grass the marks where Ovenden's car hit the wall, and that's why we lost Tristan from the race. His car is still in the paddock. It's in a graveyard of rallycross cars at the top of the paddock. Tristan's car in the top tier, next to Liam Duran's Class 7 Autograss Mini, which rolled spectacularly at the top of North Bend Hairpin as well yesterday. So it's a bit of a rallycross autograss graveyard at the top of the paddock, but we've still got a healthy field of cars on circuit, and it's the Junior Swifts which will be next track action once Patrick O'Donovan's Peugeot is recovered from the banking at Talladega. So Patrick O'Donovan's car is recovered from Talladega, and the Peugeot, which suffered broken steering in the final yesterday, more issues for the Team RX Racing crew to deal with later this morning. But they'll get quick to work, and Q2 will follow fairly shortly. But it's Q1 which we return to now, and the Junior Swifts next track action with Harrison Foley, your pole sitter in 273. Harrison from Reading in the title-winning car of Tyler McAlpin from last season starts on pole position. Caden Harris in the middle of row 1 in the Elite Fitness sponsored car. He's a third-generation rallycrosser, grandson of Steve, who we had hoped to see out in supercars this weekend, but the starred run battery-powered Mini is not taking any charge, so we're not seeing Steve Harris out in supercar this weekend. The car's in the paddock, but no Steve on circuit. We're ready to race though. Q1 for the juniors is go, and Caden Harris gets a decent start from the middle of row 1. Teddy McPherson's the slowest away, the championship leader, as they come down into the Talladega turn for the first time. But it's Tommy Brown who's bouncing his way around the outside in the number 18. He gets the lead away from Harrison Foley, and this is good stuff from Tommy, who's third in the championship standings coming into this final round of the season. And he leads the way up towards the Devil's Elbow for the first time. Caden Harris dive bombs up the inside of Foley and gets it done. Pretty robust, a little bit of contact, but Caden gets it done, or does he? Foley's going to be side by side with him as they climb Hairy Hill for the first time. Foley in 273, Harris in 84. Into the North Bend hairpin they come. And the 5 Swifts are absolutely as one through the right-hander and down Hairy Hill. It's Brown with the lead. The McAlpin car in the hands of Foley in second spot. Harris goes Joker, so too does Hans, and McPherson was a bit indecisive but does go Joker as well. So McPherson goes into the longer route, chases Harris and Hans. So the 3 Swifts at the back of the pack have all taken their Jokers now. That leaves Tommy Brown as our race leader, Harrison Foley in second spot, and Caden Harris now the first of the drivers to have taken the longer route. Teddy McPherson will be wanting to nip past Will Hans when he can to be able to get on terms with his championship rival in third spot at the minute, first of the drivers to have jokered, and McPherson's looking very racy indeed now behind Hans in 23. The 16-year-old from Buckinghamshire in the grey colours is going to try and go around the outside of Kent racer Hans. They come into North Bend hairpin together as our race leaders come out of shot with the lead, Brown and Foley, but now it's side-by-side action again from 4th and 5th, McPherson and Hans. McPherson on the grey colours, the green of Hans through the right-hander at paddock as Foley goes Joker and might re-emerge in the middle of this battle. Foley in the white colours now is going to be right with McPherson and Hans. Teddy's got up ahead of the green car now, and Hans nips past Foley as well. So good close action from the juniors. The Peter Gwynn Motorsport Run category for the youngest drivers in the Rallycross paddock, aged just between 14 and 17 years of age. Harrison Foley at the back of the pack, one of the older drivers in the class at 17 years of age. He'll be looking at senior racing in 2026 as Will Hans had a big moment through the North Bend, through the Devil's Elbow, and lost a bit of ground, but it's now all eyes on Tommy Brown out front. He's got the lead, but he hasn't gone into that longer route yet as he comes down Hairy Hill and into towards the Joker Lap section. He's going to go Joker this time through, so our race leader into the Joker Lap. Tommy Brown through the Joker section, Caden Harris on the inside line, and we might now have a change for the lead because Harris is on the inside in 84. Brown in the silver drops into second, so Caden Harris then, who started on the middle of the front row, is now into top spot. He leads the way in Q1 for the junior category. Caden Harris is your new race leader with Tommy Brown in second position. McPherson now third, Hans fourth, Foley fifth. These closely controlled 1.3 litre Suzuki Swifts always produce good close racing, and we're seeing Caden Harris now as our new race leader with the 2 grey cars behind, Brown and McPherson, as they climb up Hairy Hill for what now is the last time of asking. McPherson wants second place and he's looking pretty racy indeed. They touch bumper to bumper as they go through North Bend for the final time, but the championship leader Teddy McPherson can't find his way past Brown in second spot into paddock for the final time of asking then, and it looks like Caden Harris is going to do it. The double checker flag is ready for him, and it's Caden Harris in 84 who comes past the checker to take the win in Q1. Second is Tommy Brown, third Teddy McPherson, fourth is Will Hans, fifth Harrison Foley. So Harrison drops from pole to fifth in that one in the juniors, but it's a win for Caden. He needs a good result this weekend to take the title away from Teddy McPherson. It's Caden Harris who wins, Brown second, and McPherson third, Will Hans in fourth, and our final finisher, 17-year-old Harrison Foley in 273. Retros are out on circuit next for their first race of the day, and it's the up to 1600cc division, which is next out on circuit. On to the retro division, up to 1600cc category. Dan Swayland on pole position in the Kent Movers car. Joe Luke Eastwood, a newcomer to the rallycross scene, alongside in his MG Metro, number 57, the Ashford racer in his first season of competition. Ian Biaggi is on the outside of row 1 in his Mini, with Ian Halfhide on row 2. Pete Christmas alongside in the Toyota Corolla, the drag racer from East Sussex. And on the back row, Simon Hart, the Essex-based Ford Escort racer in his John Taylor replica Ford Escort Mark 1. Joe Luke Eastwood's been a real star this season, taking podium finishes in his Metro. Ended up on its roof here at the two-wheel drive Super Prix in September. But Joe's shown good pace in the Bill Richards-powered Metro. We'll see how Luke Eastwood goes from second on the grid. Ready to race. We're green and go, and Luke Eastwood doesn't get the good start after giving him all the build-up. He drops away off the front row, and Pete Christmas is already up ahead. So too Simon Hart, but it's Ian Biaggi, the Scotsman, who gets the lead away from Dan Swayland. Dan was struggling with engine cutting out at the end of the final yesterday with the longer race, the 5-lap race, and a slow warm-up lap. The temperatures got a bit hot in the Ford, and Dan was struggling with issues in the Escort. Still got the win. He sealed the championship, and he's now challenging Ian Biaggi as they go out of Devil's Elbow and up Hairy Hill. Simon Hart, who's been fast starting in the Ford, he is in third spot, with Joe Luke Eastwood fourth after his slow start. Pete Christmas and Ian Halfhide, our final runners, in fifth and sixth position. We come down Hairy Hill and into Paddock Bend, and it's Ian Biaggi with the advantage out front still. Swayland, it only seems to be a matter of time before the Isle of Sheppey racer is going to nip past the Scotsman, because we know that Dan is quick and he's very confident through the Talladega section. He's good on the loose, and Dan is trying to make a move, or at least show his intentions around the outside of Biaggi as they approach the flags for the second time. It's Biaggi with the lead still, Swayland right with him. Dan, who's planning to put an 1800cc engine in the car for next year to move up to the Super Retro division. This could be his last year in the Retro class, the less powerful of the two categories in the Retro Rallycross Championship. And Simon Hart's having a really good run. He is still right with the two leaders in third spot, 1.7 seconds away from Biaggi as they went across the timing line last time. And we're seeing this Haynes of Maidstone stickered Ford really showing nicely. Swayland, though, is looking more racy. He's in a BDA powered. Julian Godfrey's helped with the preparation of the car. It's a really well turned out Ford Escort, and he's now really challenging Ian Biaggi. And I think this time we might see a change for the lead, because Dan likes to swoop around the outside at Talladega, and he might be trying it. Biaggi is possibly a bit wise to that move now, but Swayland's going to try it anyway. Right around the outside then Swayland, but he runs out of road, and Biaggi's able to take the apex for the approach to the jump. He's still got the lead. This is a good fight, a classic rallycross duel between the front-wheel drive Mini and the rear-wheel drive Ford Escort as they turn through the left-hander at the Devil's Elbow. We have one more lap left to go of this after this, and Dan Swayland's going to power alongside in the BDA powered Ford. He gets the move done, and Biaggi finally loses top spot. So Ian Biaggi then drops down into second position, and it is Dan from Sheppey who gets the lead, with Biaggi in second spot, and now Simon Hart third. Dan chucks the Escort into paddock. He's really looking smart in this Ford, as he always does. It's very neatly turned out. He let spectators this weekend sign the bonnet, so you might not be able to see it on trackside or on the camera, but if you look up close at the Ford Escort, it's got numerous signatures and notes from spectators here at Lydden Hill yesterday, all signed the bonnet and the front wing. So it's a new livery for Dan Swayland in the Kent Movers car, or at least a tweaked one at the front end. And we had such a big crowd here at Lydden. It was a really nice idea by Dan and the Swayland RX team to get the Escort signed. He seems to be slowing though, going up Hairy Hill, and he's struggling for pace as it comes up the hill. He was struggling with something cutting out yesterday, and it looks like that's hit again with Dan Swayland now, and looks destined to lose the lead at least. Simon Hart's going to be a challenge for second maybe before the end, but it's Ian Biaggi in Little Mini who's come back into top spot. Dan just struggling. It's gone into like a limp mode, the Ford Escort, across the timing line in 22. He finishes second, and that must be a issue we saw yesterday with the car going into a limp mode towards the end when temperatures get high, and Dan Swayland has slowed again with Simon Hart third, Joe Luke Eastwood fourth, Pete Christmas sixth, of Ian Halfhide in fifth. Pete had a bit of a moment over the line in the Toyota Corolla, but the Retro Rallycross division is complete for Q1, and it's a win for Ian Biaggi. Fastest lap of the race as well goes to Ian, a 53.5. He's not hanging around in the Mini Clubman, and Ian, who'll have a long trip back up to Scotland tonight, will be pleased with a Q1 win here, beating Dan Swayland and the rest. The Retro division is complete then for Q1, and it's next on track the front-wheel drive one-make category of the Suzuki Swifts, which are our next track action. It's Tyler Scott who starts on pole position, a third-generation rallycrosser from Sittingbourne. He sits on pole, son of Darren, who's busy preparing the car this weekend. Tyler on pole, we'll see how the youngster can go. Phil Seath alongside on an all-Kent race grid here, with all of the drivers living locally to Lydden. It's Seath in the middle of row one. Matt Cake, the champion for 2025. He's won every race this year. Let's see what the oval racer can do in 630 and 114 of Dave Halford, our last starter in the Lydden Hill hire car. 4 Suzuki Swifts on the line, 4 laps ahead of us. How can Tyler Scott go in 143 on his second rallycross race? We are all set to go racing. And Tyler's away from pole with a decent start, but Matt Cake gets a good getaway in 630. We're away and go with race 1 for the Suzukis, and Matt Cake's already swept across the front of Scott for top spot, with Seath looking around the outside, but gets a bit out of shape and all out of shape. Seath into a spin, and Phil, who had dramas yesterday, missed one of the qualifying heats during the early part of the day, got the car repaired for the final, but Phil Seath in number 80 drops to the back of the pack. It's Matt Cake who leads. We've lost Naftali Ayeko after damage yesterday when he hit the barriers on the approach to the jump, so Naftali is an absent from today's meeting, and Sam Peterson had hoped to get out. His car arrived this morning in the paddock, but he had a smoky end to his final on Saturday, so hopefully Sam can get out in the latter part of the day, but he's missed Q1, and that's left us with the 4 starters with Matt Cake. Tyler Scott gets all out of shape across the chicane. That was a scary moment for Tyler Scott in the Swift. He just about keeps it together and pointing in the right direction, but that would have woken Tyler up early on Q1. The Scott's transport car is back in second spot as if nothing happened, but that was a wild ride for Tyler through the chicane section in 143. 114 of Dave Halford in third spot still, and Phil Cease looking fast in number 80. He's trying to make up for lost time after his dramas at Talladega on the opening lap, and do watch for the grey and orange car of Phil Cease in fourth, because he's catching the Dave Halford Lydden Hill hire car, and Cease up the inside, and he's almost in the door of Dave in the 114 car, the car that's always based here at Lydden. It can be hired for the Peter Gwynn Motorsport training days, which are held here at the circuit on a fairly regular basis. Now Dave's using the car in a full-blown rallycross event, and he drops to fourth, having taken the Joker in the Lydden Hill colours. It's Matt Cake who leads. Still Tyler Scott now in second, Phil Seath third, and Phil's the fastest driver on circuit. A 53 dead from Phil Seath last time through. So the Lydden Hill local is up over the tabletop, and he is the fastest moving Swift out on track. Matt Cake leads very comfortably, but Phil Seath, after his spin, is looking very racy indeed in number 80. He's hard on the power, going out to the devil's elbow, using every inch of the circuit, and he's really catching now on the Tyler Scott up ahead. The Sittingbourne-based former autocross racer is now in second, but Seath is really closing in. This is where the fight is at. Seath versus Scott coming down Hairy Hill. Cake is starting his final lap with a comfortable lead, but Tyler Scott, after his big dramas through the chicane, now has a hard charge in Phil Seath. Both of these drivers have had errors during this 4-lap race. Seath with the spin at Chessons, Scott with the dramas through the chicane. They've both lost a load of time, but it's put them together on circuit, and these two local racers are locked together then in the second and third positions with Matt Cake the runaway leader. It's now Tyler Scott who's really trying to push as hard as he can to keep Phil Seath at bay. Tyler is planning to return to the championship next season with a refreshed Suzuki Swift, a new shell planned for the 2026 season. But it's Matt Cake who's been absolutely dominant all season. It's coming down Harry Hill and set to win Q1. We see Tyler Scott and Phil Seath right together for second and third, but it's going to be Matt Cake then who punches the air with delight. He wins Q1 very comfortably indeed and sets the fastest lap at the end of the session. Tyler Scott will be second in 1:43 in the Scott's Transport car, and our final finisher in the podium at least, Phil Seath. Dave Halford in 1:14 will come through to finish as our final runner. Matt Cake, Scott and Seath then are top three in the Swifts, and that was good close racing from the Scott and Seath pair, both after their dramas. They got together on circuit, but Matt Cake wins and it's comfortable, 9 seconds the margin. Now, the cross cars were excellent yesterday, and now this is our first taste of them on Sunday, the last round of the championship. We have a new champion. Max Weatherly has won the crown yesterday, so no title fight to think about for the overall crown, but we have a really quality field of young chargers from the cross car division. It's Brad Turner who sits on pole in his Live TN11. Ben Bartlett in the middle of row 1, the youngest driver in the category in 44. David Kane in 581 on the outside. Row 2 is Rowan Lundy in 88, a newcomer to the rallycross scene, with number 32 Stephen Burke in the 600cc cross car, and on the back row Stephen Jones in his number 19 RX150. So a mix of engine types. We've got 850 Yamahas on the first three, and number 88 on row 2, a 600cc engine alongside, and 1000cc on the back in the form of the RX150. So a mix of engine types. We're ready to go racing for the first time today with the cross car division. Can David Kane be beaten? That's the question in the cross cars. Green and go, and 581 of David Kane does get a good start from the outside of row 1. He's already chopping across the nose of the pack. Kane, the Irishman, leads the way with Brad Turner second, and Ben Bartlett, the youngest driver in the category at just 16. He's around the outside of Turner and he's through into second. So Ben Bartlett's already looking quick. He's got a new buggy, a new cross car underneath him today because engine failed yesterday. So he's had to find a new car overnight, and it's a complete new machine for Ben to get his head around this morning. Still a Mygale, but he's got a new car underneath him, and we see how Ben gets on after his engine failed and drops a load of oil everywhere up Devil's Elbow and across out of the Hairy Hill in the darkness of Saturday night. But the new car working well, and he's in second at the minute with David Kane, race leader. Brad Turner goes Joker, so too does Rowan Lundy and Steve Jones. So 3 drivers go Joker this time through, with Kane race leader and Bartlett in second. Burke is your third place runner, having not jokered. So Turner, Lundy and Jones are all ones to keep an eye on. There's a huge jump from our race leader, and Ben Bartlett got a lot of air as well over the tabletop, but a lot of jumping in full flight from David Kane. That was a lot of distance from the race leader, but he's looking comfortable in the Speed Car Wonder. It's a Speed Car Wonder R, the newest and most up-to-date speed car you can get. The Speed Car firm is based in Barcelona. The cars are built in Spain, but you can buy and hire them from the Speed Car UK and Ireland team. And David Kane really enjoying his outing here in the cross car division. But Ben Bartlett's had a drama through the Joker lap section. So Bartlett in his new 44 car has dramas and has dropped to the back of the pack. So this cross car race now really developing nicely. Kane out front, but it's Burke second, Turner third, Lundy fourth, Jones fifth. Real fights between second and third and fourth and fifth, with Ben Bartlett having dropped to the back of the pack. It's Kane who's still leading up Hairy Hill and into North Bend, but Burke is still holding his own in second spot, and Bartlett's out. The new car for this morning after his engine failure yesterday, and it hasn't gone well. He's getting out of the car, but we have a real fight on for second because Burke and Turner are together. Burke goes Joker this time. The Irishman in the 600cc non-FIA spec cross car goes through the Joker section, gets all out arms and elbows through the chicane, gets a lose a bit of time there, but he's on his own in the final position now in 5th. Ben Bartlett we've lost, sadly, after the dramas he had on the last tour. So Bartlett out. That leaves us with David Kane as the comfortable leader. Turner second. Lundy's now third, the former circuit racer. Jones is in 4th spot, with Burke still there in 5th. Jones in and Lundy are close for 3rd and 4th. Jones closing right in through North Bend as Brad Turner's in a comfortable 2nd spot. But it's going to be David Kane then, who's won all of the recent events in the cross car division. This new speed car Wonder R working beautifully underneath him, and he wins again in 581. David Kane does it. 2nd spot for Turner. 3rd is Lundy. 4th for Jones in the only RX 50 in the field. Burke is 5th, and we lost Ben Bartlett in the Mygale. So Bartlett out, and we'll need recovery from Talladega, where the car has ground to a halt. But everyone else is through safely. David Kane wins by 3.5 seconds. He's got the most up-to-date cross car underneath him, and it's working very well indeed around Lydden Hill circuit. Cross car race 2 is our next track action, but we've got Ben Bartlett's car that needs recovering from Talladega before that. So our next grid is building, and it will see one RX 150 in the form of Ben Hardy in the pink colours. Kevin Sharkey is there in his 420 speed car, and the number 8 of James Constantine will be on the front row in his MSD stickered TN5 Life. But it's Ben Bartlett who will need recovering by the Lydden Hill team. The engine went bang yesterday, and a whole new car has ground to a halt on the first race of Sunday. So Ben will be hoping for better luck later on, and we'll be ready to go with race number 2 once Ben's car is recovered. race 2 of Q1 then for the cross cars and the RX 150s, and it'll be Ben Hardy in the only RX 150 1000cc buggy which will be on pole and have the cross car swarming around him, and Hardy in the pink colours rolls down to pole in 169. A former champion in this category. He knows how to handle the buggies, and they're going to be quick in a straight line. The 1000cc powering him along. That's where there has the advantage, but the cross cars alongside him are lighter and can brake later, so are better round the corners. And Kevin Sharkey from Ireland is in one of the speed car wonders. He sits in the front row. James Constantine on the outside in number 8 in the MSD colours, the former junior rallycross racer. He's already ordered a new TN11 for next season, so James is going to be in a more up-to-date Live entry in 2026. James loving this cross car division, but he's currently driving the oldest car on the grid. He's bought the car from, it's found in Israel, the number 8 car of James Constantine, and it's the oldest chassis in the field. So James is doing well to be at the sharp end in the oldest car out there. Max Wedley, the new champion, is on row 2 in number 7. And the number 5 of Will Ovenden alongside, and on the back row is Liam McMullen in the speed car wonder. We are ready to go racing with race number 2 for the cross cars, joined by the RX 150 of Ben Hardy. We get swamped by the fast starting cross cars, but don't rule out the bright pink machine of Hardy, because he's got more power. He just got a bit more weight, quite a bit more weight, and that means he can't get the starts as Will Ovenden's trying to go around the outside and gets the lead away. So Will Ovenden, the 19-year-old from Addisham, is up into top spot. Good stuff from Will. He's up into the lead already. Sharkey into second. Third is Constantine. Fourth spot for Max Wedley in the reigning champion number 7 car. The new champion for 2025 has through the right hander at North Bend goes the teenager Will Ovenden. He's sadly, his dad Tristan will be a spectator this weekend with broken steering on the Citroen and more damage to the car which they're unable to repair before today. But it's Ovenden Jr. who leads the pack, with Wedley and McMullen both going into the Joker lap section. Hardy comes out alongside Wedley. They're close as they dive down into the Talladega. It's Will Ovenden who's up over the tabletop in his Mygale with the lead. Wedley, having done the first lap Joker, he runs in 4th spot in the TN11, the new up-to-date Live car. But it's Ben Hardy still there in 5th spot. McMullen at the back in 6th. So do watch McMullen. He should have better pace than that as the race goes on, but he seems to be falling off the back of the train at the minute. It's Constantine 3rd, but Ovenden still your race leader. Would anyone opt Joker this time? No, they all stick to the normal line. The top 3 drivers stick to the normal route as they slide their way through Paddock Bend. The number 8 of Constantine chased on by Max Wedley with 2 laps left to go. Wedley's looking racy now. Max is the fastest driver on circuit, and look at him as he backs the car into Talladega. The number 7 of Max Wedley is the fastest 850cc cross car out on circuit. He's just set the timing screens purple as he launches over the jump. Max Wedley's on a mission here. He's on the back of James Constantine in number 7. The number 8 car of James is the oldest chassis out there, so he's doing well to drag his TM5 to good results, having moved across from all 4 mini racing as Wedley rides the curve beautifully through North Bend Hairpin. The rally instructor from Faversham is on the tail of the North Yorkshire Charger in number 8, but James this time goes Joker, so Max does now get some fresh air, and he's going to come through and take 2nd place away from Kevin Sharkey. They start their final lap, and Sharkey now down into 3rd. Will Ovenden still leading, but Will, after that excellent move at the start of the race, got top spot away from Wedley. But it's not just about winning the race at this stage of the event, it's also about the times. You want to be beating David Kane's 3 minutes 16.4. That's the benchmark set from race 1, and Will Ovenden is setting a decent pace here. He's just set the best lap of the session of 46.3. So Will Ovenden is really finding some good speed here in the Digger Sim car. He's still got the Joker to do. He goes into the longer route for the final time, and Will Ovenden here could be set for the overall Q1 victory. They come up over the timing line. Will's already looking right, checking where the pack is. No one's there. He's beaten the new champion Max Wedley by 2 seconds, and he wins the Q1 race overall. The track conditions must have improved a bit to help him in his cause, but that was a great performance from Will in the Mygale. He beats David Kane in the overall times, and Will Ovenden wins Q1 in the cross cars. Will's had numerous podiums this season, but he's yet to have an overall victory in the category, and the former junior rallycross star has just showed his attentions here in day 2. Could he get on the top step tonight in the final round of the season and finally get a victory in the cross cars? He had to pull out of the final at Knockhill due to the mud and being unable to see. There was that much mud, the conditions were so poor, but he's enjoying the dry conditions here at Lydden, and Will Ovenden wins Q1 for the cross cars. This is our first taste today of our Class 7 Autograss machines. Now, these usually race on an oval, lining up 8 cars on a straight line, but this is a demo, so we're going to get a real taste of what Autograss is all about. As we saw yesterday, we won't be seeing Liam Duran after he's rolled with a huge accident up at North Bend Hairpin, but we still get a real flavour of what Autograss racing is all about. These space-framed single-seaters can run a single V8 engine or a twin-power motorbike engine, which these drivers out here today have chosen to do. There's no restrictions in engine capacity, so they can really put whatever size engine they like in the rear, as long as it's in the rear of these mini pickups and the one Fiat we've got out on circuit, and the drivers are free to go racing, and they only ever turn right, so they're turning their way through the left-hander of the elbow for the first time this morning, but they're able to do it and really put on a demo and show what this category is all about. A couple of the drivers out on circuit are from the Invicta Kent Club down in Ivychurch on the Romney Marsh, where they have a full calendar of events, and we see Class 7 and numerous other categories racing down on the marsh. So the Invicta Kent Club, you can see which drivers are from which club due to the numbering. IK marks the local Invicta crew, and they're wheeling their way up Hairy Hill as they complete their first session of the day. We're set to have a few of these across the course of the meeting. A couple more demos planned before the end of the season, but this is the real super saloon class of the Autograss category, a rear wheel driven, wheeling their way through. Liam's car is at the top of the paddock, so if you the Class 7 Autograss car, you can have a close look at how badly damaged Liam's car sadly was. He's been a real star and shone a real spotlight on Class 7 Autograss racing in recent years, demoing and donutting his way around the world really as the British Bomb, the former European Rallycross event winner, who's really enjoyed handling one of these incredible looking mini pickups. The one Fiat we've got out on circuit in the hands of former rallycrosser Darren Hockley, and Darren, who's involved with Hal Ridge's Rallycross Ford Fiesta Supercar, having done all the fabrication work to get that ex-Steve Mundy Ford back up and running. Darren, experienced autograsser with some Rallycross experience underneath him as well. But the Autograss cars come through over the timing line to complete their first demo of the day, and we'll have a couple more tastes of the oval races before the end of the meeting. Autograss Demo 1 in the books, and we are next due to see Super Retro outing for Q2. So Q1 is complete. We haven't got the junior cross cars on circuit today. They were racing yesterday. That was our first taste of the 600cc cross cars from the junior division. So the 14 to 17 year olds of the new category are not out on circuit today, but we do still have the senior cross cars, and we will now have a short track maintenance period before we go racing again with the Super Retro division, which will begin with Dave Ewan, Alan Tapscott and Ray Morgan in their Super Retro cars.
might be worth resetting the receiver, because there might be some sort of glitch in the receiver. On mine I've noticed it's on 4 at the moment, but it's been bounced between 1, 7, 3, 5, but it's on 4 solid for now, just gone to 7.
So everyone has raced once now, and we are about to start Q2, and it's Alan Tapscott, the experienced Devon-based racer in his AT Motors stickered Ford Escort Mark II, who comes down onto pole position with Dave Ewan alongside in the Mitsubishi-powered Ford Fiesta. You see the Mitsubishi badge on the front, a clue of the engine underneath. Ray Morgan alongside in the ex-Mark Lloyd Ford Escort, which he's had for many a decade now. The Hastings-based garage owner, Lydden legend, is Ray, and we'll see how he goes in 1-1-4. Morgan on the outside of row 1 then. Row 2, Hannah Stewart in 3-1-4, and the Talbot Sunbeam. Martin West in number 9, and Pat Duran is in a race he didn't expect to be in the slower qualifiers from race number 1 after he spun off down at a paddock in the earlier race. So Pat's got work to do, and the retro grid now building. It does give me a good time just to mention an evening with Arthur Debenham, which is taking place in Bury in January, and Steve Nottage from the Retro Championship has got details of that. We'll go you through the dates of that later on, but an evening with Rallycross legendary commentator Arthur Debenham in January, a Q&A session to enjoy there as well. So we'll look at that later on, but we're ready to race with 4 laps to go of the Retro Q1 race. Pat Duran is away from the second row in excellent fashion. A great start from Pat. He charges into the lead with Alan Tapscott his nearest challenger. Pat has got to make up for lost time after his dramas in Q1 in the number 46 car. Duran in the duo colours is up over the tabletop for the first time with the lead, with Duran ahead of Tapscott. They run from the same awnings in the paddock, and Tapscott is on the tail of Duran up Hairy Hill for the first time. Ewan in 4th spot, Morgan 3rd. It's a Ford Escort 1, 2, 3, but it's the 2 Mark IIs which are leading the Mark III through North Bend Hairpin and down Hairy Hill. So Duran leads the way in the duo colours. Tapscott 2nd, 3rd for Morgan, and 4th still Ewan. The Ford 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because we have Martin West in 5th spot ahead of Hannah Stewart in the Talbot Sunbeam. But our race leader still Pat Duran with the duo stickered Ford Escort Mark II through the loose section with the advantage over Tapscott. Morgan in 3rd. Ewan is your 4th place runner, and Tapscott gets a bit wide on the approach to the jump, but he's sticking with Duran, and this is good stuff from Alan because he's in a non-turbocharged car. Pat's got full turbo on his number 46 entry. And Alan, who found this car in a barn and has built it into a very successful rallycross machine, is sticking with the 4-time British Rallycross champion, who's loving returning to his 2-wheel drive rallycross roots and being right at the pace here in this opening Q2 race for the Super Retros. A 91 of Tapscott in 2nd spot, but it's Ray Morgan in 3rd in the number 114 entry. He missed out on the final yesterday, did Ray, so he'll be hoping to find some more pace and enjoy a better run in the Mark III Ford Escort as Duran slides nicely through Talladega. Ewan's in 4th in the Ford Fiesta, having missed yesterday's meeting in the penultimate round of the series. The new suspension parts now working effectively on the Ford Fiesta as Martin West and Hannah Stewart are together on circuit nearly. West in the Skanker Tribute, Stewart in the Talbot Rally Works colours in the Talbot Sunbeam. The retro rallycross newcomer, she's challenging Martin West, and this is good to see the two of them getting a successful run under their belts in Q2 race 1 for the Super Retros. Into paddock come the leaders, and it's Duran and Tapscott still together. They start their final lap. Duran gets a bit tail happy through the chicane, and Alan Tapscott in the naturally aspirated Ford is closing in on its turbocharged cousin up ahead of him. Duran in the 46 against Tapscott in the 91 car, up over the tabletop for the final run then, and it's Duran in 46 with that advantage for now, but Tapscott is not letting him out of his sights. The wily old campaigner from many a decade in two-wheel drive rallycross machinery. Alan's got more two-wheel drive rallycross experience than Pat has, because Pat spent most of his career in the headline four-wheel drive supercar division, and he goes deep through North Bend hairpin, and Tapscott's right with him. A great duel between the Devon-based racers as they come out of North Bend for the final time. Flames pour from the side of the 46 of Pat. Tapscott's right with him, but it looks like Duran is going to go from the gravel trap to victory then in race 1 of Q2. Duran wins. A good start to his Q2 session for Pat, and he continued it throughout the 4-lap race. He wins by more than just under a second from Alan Tapscott. Tapscott is your second place finisher, Morgan third. Dave Ewan is going to come through, or no, he's not going to come through. Dave Ewan stopped on that final lap, so Ewan's going to lose 4th place, and the fight for what was 5th is now going to come the duel for 4th, because Martin West has got ahead, stayed ahead of Hannah Stewart in the Talbot Sunbeam, and they've both been promoted a place due to the issues for Dave Ewan. So it's a 4th place finish for West, and Stewart there in 5th. Duran wins with Tapscott, your 2nd place finisher in the Mark II, and he's delighted with that. Alan waving to the crowd through Devil's Elbow. Great to see him right at the sharp end as ever in the Ford Escort. The former Vauxhall Corsa super modified racer is enjoying this rear-wheel drive action in the retro division. But Duran wins, and he sets the early benchmark of 3 minutes 25. Super Retro race number 2 of Q2. And it's Charlie French who will be on pole position in the Tuesday Night Rallycross Cup prepared Zack Speed Ford Escort. A 1.9 litre turbocharged weapon comes down onto pole position. Waved into his grid slot, and Charlie's ready to go. Charlie, who turned 35 on Friday, didn't have a great trip down to Lydden because his motorhome broke down on the M20 and he was stuck for 3 hours. So it wasn't the best start to Charlie's weekend, and not the ideal birthday celebration for Charlie, but he's had a better weekend so far, and he sits on pole alongside championship rival Alan Crockett in 779. Stuart Emery in 71 is on the outside in the Volvo 242. Vince Bristow in 97 on row 2 with Nigel Davey in the Dreckley Motorsport prepared Triumph TR7 V8, and the back row Darrell Ambrose in 170 and Andy Grant in 45. Charlie's ready to go, Alan alongside him likewise. This should be a real duel again between the two. The 1.9 turbocharged Ford against the 2.7 Billington powered naturally aspirated Opel of Alan Crockett from Northern Ireland. We are ready to go with our first fight between the championship stars. 10 points between them, and don't discount Stuart Emery and the rest as well, because Stuart gets quick getaways in the Volvo. We're ready to race. We're green and go, and Alan Crockett doesn't get the best of start. Stuart Emery gets the best initial launch of the front row men, but it's Charlie French who's going to lead them down into Talladega with Crockett in tow in second spot. Emery's going to try and keep hold of third. He does, but there's drama behind. Darren Ambrose is into the side of Vince Bristow. So Bristow and Ambrose come together through the right-hander of Talladega, but it's Charlie French who leads the way ahead of Alan Crockett in the Opel dealer team car in the early stages. French and Crockett were absolutely locked together on Saturday. We got a bit too close at times through the Devil's Elbow and had damage and contact through the left-hander, but they're quite apart in this one in the early stages, with French and Crockett on the first and second spots. Emery having a strong run with that freshly repaired prop shaft in the Volvo 242. Down into paddock they come, and Crockett is beginning to close in on French. Over the curbing and into the start of their second lap. Vince Bristow's off at the side of the road with the BMW. So Vince sadly is out after the contact with Darren Ambrose, and now Ambrose is getting more contact with Andy Grant in the Ford Escort. So Ambrose is right in the thick of the action in this early stages of the Q2 race for the Super Retros. But our race leaders are absolutely together now. French and Crockett are locking horns as ever up Harry Hill and into North Bend Hairpin, and French knows it. He can feel the pressure here of Alan Crockett around the outside, and the dentist from Northern Ireland is throwing everything at it here. He's in that 2.7 litre Shell Oil stickered Cadet, and he's right on the tail now. He's under the rear wing of the Martin Skanker Tribute Zack Speed SR1 Ford Escort, and Charlie is holding sway out front for now. Big slide from French as he spits flame down into Chessons. He's got a lot of power under his right foot, and he's using it to very good effect indeed. French, the reigning champion, looking to make it 2 titles from 2 in 2025. He has a 10-point margin coming into this last round of the season, and he's looking to make sure he's got pole for the final, because that's what he wants to do, to have positional advantage down into Talladega for the first time in the final come later this afternoon. It's French who leads. Crockett right with him still. A bit more of a gap this time as Crockett goes a little sideways out of North Bend Hairpin. Emery in a lonely third. Andy Grant and Darren Ambrose are having a decent little duel towards the back of the field in the Peugeot and the Ford, but it's last lap board is shown, and Emery in third is not able to live with our race leaders. He'll be wishing that that engine will come soon, ready for next season. He'll have a new engine in the Volvo for 2026. He's going to find more power from the car built in Belgium, and we look forward to seeing what Stuart can do next season. But at the minute, he can't live with the race leaders, and no one can live with Charlie French, it seems, because he's just set the fastest lap of the session, a 47.310. Charlie has stretched his lead to 1.1 seconds, and the engineer from East Sussex is charging along nicely now ahead of Alan Crockett. That gap has grown. It did close up, it did contract, but it's grown over the last couple of laps, and Charlie French is now right with the checker flag in sight. 42 of French wins it. Does he beat the time of Duran? Yes, he does, quite comfortably. So Charlie French then wins Q2 race 2 for the Super Retro division. 1.7 seconds clear of Alan Crockett. Pat Duran's time was 8 seconds slower than Charlie in the Mark II Escort. So Charlie French wins again in the Super Retro division. Alan Crockett second. Emery was third on the road. Pat Duran's time was good enough for fourth overall, so that's more like it from Pat. He'll be pleased to have a strong finish under his belt, and Alan Tapscott's time a strong one as well behind him. But Super Retros are complete for their Q2 races. It's the Supercars which will be next out on track once Vince Bristow's BMW is recovered from Dover Slope. for the supercars. Now, mid-session rain during Q1 really has shaken up the order, and it's Julian Godfrey who won Q1. They got the best of the conditions before we paused for the remembrance 2-minute silence, and Godfrey was able to make better use of the track conditions and came through to win Q1. There was contact down at paddock between Tom van der Heuvel and Derek Tohill, which the officials are currently looking at. So that's currently under investigation between the two drivers which are now on the front row. Tom van der Heuvel in the Polo and Derek Tohill, our new champion in 77. I wondered what happened down at paddock, and the Five Nations social media page has just shared a photo of contact between the two as they turned down into paddock. So the officials looking at that, but they're now lined up together for this Q2 race with George Tracy Jr. alongside Derek Tohill in number 18, and our final starter of a hastily repaired Peugeot. It was a bruising Q1 session, and drivers and teams were hard at work in a quick turnaround to get these supercars back out on circuit ready for Q2, and Patrick O'Donovan has made it in the SEM Sam Clennell Motorsport prepared Team RX Racing Peugeot 208. The GB1 of Patrick O'Donovan starts from 4th in this one. 4 starters. Our 2 championship contenders before the title was decided yesterday, Derek Tohill and O'Donovan, are sandwiching George Tracy Jr. And watch for Tom van der Heuvel in the Polo. He has always seemed to be pretty rapid yesterday. What can he do here today in the Markland Motorsport built Polo? We're ready to race. Green and go. Derek Tohill gets a brilliant start in the DA Racing Peugeot 208. The Dubliner is into the lead already, ahead of Patrick O'Donovan. So O'Donovan versus Tohill is on here in Q2, and it's Tohill in 77 who leads the way, with van der Heuvel third in the Volkswagen Polo. Patrick O'Donovan's already trying to make a move. He goes side by side over the jump, and he's done it. A great move from POD then, up over the jump. Serious airtime. He gets the move done on the approach to the elbow, and Patrick is into prime position then. He takes the lead away from Derek Tohill, an unlikely overtaking spot, but he absolutely charged there, did POD, gets the move done, and Derek's down to second. So Derek into second spot, our new champ for 2025 into the runner-up position for now. After his excellent start, it was a quick move from Patrick to get the lead away. Tom van der Heuvel is your second place runner now, after Derek goes for the joker on the first lap. He's got Peter McGarry on the radio, helping him around this Lydden Hill Rallycross circuit, guiding him through the twists and turns of this brilliant circuit with the undulations, the jump, and the classic Devil's Elbow and North Bend Hairpin and the like. It is the top rallycross venue out there, and Tom van der Heuvel's now going to feel the pressure from Derek Tohill, because the Dutchman is coming under pressure from Tohill, who looks to make a move going into North Bend Hairpin. They go side by side, and Tohill's done it. That was a bold move from Derek. He smokes the rears, and the former European Touring Car champion has made it through into second spot. He wasted no time to get past the Dutchman. Patrick's already jokered though, and he's disappeared up the road. So Derek, although that was a really excellent move up at North Bend Hairpin, getting the manoeuvre done on Tom van der Heuvel, Derek has now lost ground to Patrick O'Donovan. The jokers have been played, and Derek's now going to have to find time on the traditional rallycross circuit if he's going to reel Patrick O'Donovan in, because the gap is 2.2 seconds, and O'Donovan has the lead, and it's quite a handsome one now. After his excellent move on lap 1, Patrick O'Donovan has a comfortable margin out front with no joker lap to worry about for the top 2 contenders. It's now all eyes on the Peugeots as they stick to the normal line down through Paddock Bend, smoking their tyres through the classic right-hander at the bottom of the hill. They begin their final lap, and Derek Tohill in the Parts for Cars and Miller's Oil sponsored car runs in second, but Patrick O'Donovan in the matte black dark colours of the Team RX Racing Peugeot is up front and away. The outgoing champion. The GB1's on the side of this Peugeot, but it'll move to the car behind it for 2026. But Patrick's going to get the better of Derek in this one. We'll see what the times are and how Julian Godfrey, Sam Clennell and the rest can compare in Q2 race 2. But Patrick O'Donovan has been a real star in this one in the opening race of the second qualifier. After the dramas he had in Q1, he needed a good result, and he's going to do just that. Patrick O'Donovan then turns through paddock up to the timing line to win in GB1. Derek Tohill is second across the timing line. He is 3.4 seconds off Patrick at the end. Patrick's laps were impressive as that race went on. of 42.9 from Patrick O'Donovan. It's a very quick lap indeed. Van der Heuvel third, and George Tracy Jr. in the ex-Olivier Anne Citroën C4. This car was driven by George Tracy Sr. in Europe, and John McCluskey's driven this car previously as well. But it's George Tracy Jr. behind the wheel today, and he finishes in fourth in a car that has been prepared very last minute this week, getting it all done. But the team have been working on it for a long time and have done well to get a classic supercar back onto the grid. So George Tracy Jr., our final finisher in the Citroën C4. First supercar race of Q2 then is complete, and it is Patrick O'Donovan who bounces back from that Q1 dramas to take the victory. The time, 3 minutes dead. 3 minutes dead from Patrick. That's the one they'll all be looking to beat, and Julian Godfrey and the rest will be out very shortly for their next race. They're coming onto circuit now, in fact, and it's Mike Seller who is trundling out of the dummy grid in his Volkswagen Polo. The MAS sticker car will be a third place starter. Julian Godfrey's on pole in the Citroën DS3. Number 9, the number 20, the 6-time British Rallycross champion. A stock hatch star before moving into super modified and then supercar. He's been in Rallycross for well over 2 decades now, has Julian, having first hired a Terry Briggs hire car back in the early 2000s. He's now been a real star of the category ever since, and we see Julian Godfrey parked on pole in the Citroën. A slight delay if you wait for Sam Clennell to come up to the line in the Proton. Door open on Sam's car. He's due to be our next starter alongside Julian, but Sam has an issue here. He's waving to the circuit marshals, who are now rushing to the scene, and Sam Clennell, who was on the podium yesterday, looks like the Proton might be a non-starter here. Marshals surrounding the car, and the Proton we've seen Patrick O'Donovan win events in, Ollie O'Donovan usually behind the wheel of, is looking very unlikely that he'll be starting Q2, and that's a great shame because Sam wants to have as much seat time in these supercars as he can, and the Shannon Group stickered Proton is being pushed back to the paddock, it seems. So Clennell won't be present. Mike Seller has made it to the grid in 69, the similar livery in the MAS sponsored car. Andrea de Bourg in the Peugeot 208, and our last starter, Colin Anson, in the Mitsubishi Mirage. Up towards the timing line they come, and without Clennell we are now down to the 4 starters. So the Proton looks to be absent, that's for sure, in this one. No Sam from Q2, but Julian Godfrey, Mike Seller, Andrea de Bourg and Colin Anson will be our 4 starters. De Bourg, who loved his first taste of Lydden Hill circuit yesterday in the Peugeot 208. The De Bourg brothers, top drivers from France. JB not here this weekend, but Andrea showing great speed in the Peugeot, and he rolls up to his grid slot ready to go in the black and white liveried number 92 car. Colin Anson alongside in the plain Mitsubishi, still got his Yako French Rallycross stickers on the side from when he competed at Lowiac in August. See how Colin goes from the outside of the grid. So we're missing a Proton, but we are ready to go with Godfrey, Seller, De Bourg and Anson ready to race. Green and go, and Andrea de Bourg is away brilliantly from the 3rd grid slot. He gets the lead, but there's contact behind Anson, and Godfrey's off. That's a huge accident down into Chesson's Drift, onto the Talladega banking, and Julian Godfrey into the tyres, and Anson and Seller all involved as well. A heavy impact on the tyres and the Armco for Julian. Andrea de Bourg, the only driver not involved, and the crews will be heading onto the scene very quickly indeed. Sadly, contact down into Talladega, and it all went wrong for only 1 car got through it. Andrea de Bourg onto the circuit, but the rest all involved. Julian Godfrey in the Citroën, and Julian is being seen to by the crews and clambering out the car. That's the best news. Julian Godfrey out of the Citroën, and that was a big impact. Colin Anson is out of his Mitsubishi as well. Mike Seller is on the race circuit down at Pilgrims And Julian Godfrey and Colin Anson out of their cars. So with that, the Lydden crews get to work down at Pilgrims, and a big incident at the start of race 2 for the supercars. Work down at Pilgrims. We will have about a 20-minute delay while the crews are at work down at the first corner, with Julian Godfrey's Citroen involved, Colin Anson's Mirage and Mike Sedder's VW. So there will be a delay while the crews are working at the scene. It will take about 20 minutes or so. So do feel free to have a look through the paddock, of course, during this break. As ever here at Lydden Hill, the paddock is open. Do wander around the tiers, have a look at the cars up close. Event programs are available in the paddock as well. So do have a wander around the venue, and we'll be back racing as soon as we can once the incident is cleared down at Pilgrims. Lydden, we are set to see a rerun of the reported Supercar Q2 race fairly shortly, because excellent work by the Lydden recovery and circuit crews has seen the tyre wall repaired down at Pilgrims after the dramas we saw involving Julian Godfrey, Mike Seller and Colin Anson. Pleased to report all drivers were out of their cars. Julian Godfrey had arguably the biggest hit down into the tyre walls, but somehow was able to drive his Citroen DS3 back to the paddock under its own steam. So Julian has got a lot of work, a lot of repair work. I highly doubt we'll see that car out again today, but Julian was able to drive it back under its own steam to the paddock. So we could well see it at some point. But the Citroen DS3, the Mitsubishi Mirage and the Volkswagen Polo were all involved in a nasty incident down at Pilgrims, but all the drivers out okay, and the Lydden crews have now just left the scene down at Pilgrims. So the tyre wall has been repaired. The tyre wall would have saved Julian's DS3 quite a bit there, because before the barrier there's a lot of Lydden Hill tyres in the way, and that would have absorbed a lot of the impact. Still a hard thing to hit, but softer than the Armco barrier behind, and Julian Godfrey's Citroen DS3 now being worked on back in the paddock, having gone back to the Lydden Hill paddock under its own steam. So the supercars are being readied again in the dummy grid. Mike Seller's battle-scarred VW Polo got away pretty scot-free from the incident, and he ended up down at Pilgrims involved with Anson and Godfrey. But what this delay has done has allowed the RX Racing squad to get Sam Clennell's Proton repaired, and Sam is on the dummy grid at the front, ready and raring to go, while Ollie O'Donovan is away, absent from this weekend. He's, I'm sure, watching from afar, but Sam Clennell, who's usually busy running the supercars, is in the hot seat himself, and some great work by the SEM and Team RX Racing crew have got the Proton Iris ready and raring to go, and Sam Clennell will get another attempt at this after being unable to take the initial start. Andrea de Bourg will be there on the line as well. Mike Seller in the Volkswagen Polo. Start line marshals are on the Canterbury Straight, so we shouldn't be too far away, as the assembly team led by Andy Bedford down in the Lydden Hill assembly area are getting ready to instruct the drivers as to when they can be let loose here at the circuit. The Lydden Hill Marshals, always such a key part of any motorsport event here, and you can feel free to get involved with the marshalling team in 2026. Taster days are held throughout the season. We've got a team of 5 or so Taster Day volunteers taking part in joining the Marshals trackside this weekend, getting their first taste of what it's all about to be a big part of the event and running the motorsport side of the competition. Dummy grid's very busy indeed, and it'll be Sam Clennell who will lead them out once we are green and ready to go in the Proton. The Supercar Race 2 of Q2 is about to get going again, and we have Sam Clennell here on second on the grid. We're going to be missing Julian Godfrey, of course, after the dramas. So too Colin Anson in the Mitsubishi Mirage. But Clennell in 22 comes down on to effective pole position, second on the grid without Julian alongside. Andrea de Bourg next door, and Mike Seller in the ex-Tanner Faust VW Polo starts from P3, what should be P3, maybe he's in the wrong grid stop. We'll wait for the marshals to decide who should be where. But Andrea de Bourg, Sam Clennell and Mike Seller are all trying to beat the time set a long time ago now by Patrick O'Donovan. The previous race, a 3 minutes dead from POD, is the fastest time of the session so far. Derek Tohill currently second in the standings in Q2, with Tom van der Heuvel third. The winner of Q1 was Julian Godfrey, and Julian sadly now in the paddock with a ton of work to do on the Citroen DS3. So we're missing Godfrey. It's been a bad day, a bad weekend so far for the Godfrey and Ovenden squad, the JGE Goody Demolition team in the Teams Championship. Tristan not racing today due to damage yesterday, and Julian in the wall. So Team RX Racing are sure to wrap up the team's title, but Sam Clennell, Mike Seller and Andrea de Bourg are now ready and raring to go as we kick start Q2 again here at Lydden. Ready to race, light is on. Green and go, and Sam Clennell goes nowhere, so Sam's missed the start, but he's trying to get away from the line now. Andrea de Bourg's already got a good getaway in the Peugeot 208 with Mike Seller behind him. Andrea through the banking for the first time up over the huge tabletop, which has been a part of the Lydden Hill circuit now for a good 3 or 4 seasons, having been put in for the Nitro Rallycross back in 2022. It's really settled into the landscape of Lydden now as Sam Clennell struggles in the Proton, and sadly after a quick repair they're able to get the car sorted and ready to go, but he's unable to complete one lap it seems. Sam Clennell is trundling around at the back of the order as Andrea de Bourg turns in. The fastest lap of the session so far has been a 42.9. Andrea de Bourg through the chicane, and this gap in the time we've lost as de Bourg flicks the car through the Talladega banking, Mike Seller behind him. But Patrick O'Donovan's lap time of 42.9, that's the best of the session, but the track's dried out even more after that early drizzle we had during about 11 o'clock this morning. The delay between the races would have dried the circuit out. We've got sunshine here now at the home of the sport, and that will all help Andrea de Bourg on an improving circuit. He might be able to lay down a time that beats that of Patrick O'Donovan, and this really is a qualifying session against the clock. He hasn't got drivers around him. He's got to just aim for the quickest time possible as Andrea, as he flicks through the chicane, chased by Mike Seller, but it's a big gap now. The gap is pretty large between Andrea de Bourg in the Peugeot 208 and the Mike Seller Volkswagen Polo. The gap 6.7 seconds. So this is really like a time trial now for Andrea out front. Mike in the VW Polo involved in that incident down at Pilgrims. Don't know if the car's got any ill effects after the dramas at the first turn, but Andrea de Bourg climbing up Hairy Hill doesn't seem to be going as quickly as he would like to be into North Bend Hairpin. De Bourg's got an issue in the Peugeot. He's slowing, and Andrea de Bourg, our race leader, is being caught by Mike Seller here, and de Bourg is very much slowing on the circuit here. Mike Seller's going to take the lead away, and Andrea de Bourg in 92 then. He looks set for victory, and a very easy victory indeed, but he slows coming down Hairy Hill. He's still going to do the Joker, but the Peugeot 208 is looking very slow indeed as it comes through the Joker section. Last lap board is shown, and Andrea in 92 trundles past the commentary box, and that front left wheel is definitely not working as it should. It's a steering issue for de Bourg in 92. So Andrea, I don't know if that was over the jump or a heavy landing, but something has broken on the steering of the Peugeot 208, and Andrea's time, which was looking good, he was in the 43s, his lap times were getting quicker and quicker, but he is now just going around the back of the circuit at a very, very slow pace. Pedestrian speed for Andrea de Bourg, and that leaves us with a one-horse race. It's Mike Seller then who comes down Hairy Hill in the Volkswagen Polo, was involved in the incident at turn 1, but about 45 minutes to a long time after the incident happened, Mike Seller's going to come through and take the win. Where will that put him in the times? It's a 3 minutes 13. he's gone quicker than George Tracy Jr. and 3 seconds slower than Tom van der Heuvel in the similar Markland-built Polo. So Mike Seller's time will put him 4th overall after Q2. A solid result for Mike. The issues for others: Julian Godfrey out, Sam Clennell out, Colin Anson involved in the incident as well. No Tristan Ovenden due to the issues of the incident coming out of North Bend Hairpin in yesterday's final. Heavy hit into the barriers, and sadly the Ovenden Goody Demolition team have been unable to find the parts, and would have had to take the engine completely out of the Citroen to be able to repair what is needed, a damper needed, and all sorts of bits that are very difficult to find. Andrea de Bourg is going to drag his Peugeot 208 down the hill, and he looks very dejected indeed behind the wheel of the Peugeot 208. The younger of the two de Bourg brothers, JB, a star of the European Championship and the French series for many years, but Andrea de Bourg at this very slow pace with the broken front steering is going to come down into the chicane and finally get to the checkered flag. It's Patrick O'Donovan then who wins Q2 for the supercars. Derek Tohill second, Tom van der Heuvel third. Mike Seller's solo run in the previous race puts him 4th. George Tracy Jr. 5th. Andrea de Bourg 6th. And we lost Godfrey, Clennell and Anson. On to the Swift Juniors, and it's Caden Harris on pole position in 84. The Essex racer. This is his last race in the junior category. He's looking at potentially cross cars for next season, maybe senior Swifts. Not entirely sure what his plans are for next year, but Caden will be looking to take the title away from Teddy McPherson, who is also in his final season of the junior Swift category, moving into cross car next year. Tommy Brown's in the middle of the front row in number 18. McPherson on the outside of row 1, and row 2, Will Hands in 23, and Harrison Foley, another driver who will be moving to Pastures New after the end of this weekend, in 273. Will Hands and Brown, the newcomers to the rallycross scene this year, as Andrea de Bourg is still heading back to the paddock. That's been a very slow couple of laps for Andrea. He's made it back to the paddock now, and we'll see how the Frenchman goes in the latter part of the meeting. But the Swifts are on the line. The junior races are ready. The youngest drivers in the paddock, aged between 14 and 17, are getting the thumbs up from the start line marshal as they look towards the timing gantry for their start of Q2. They've had to wait a while in dummy grid, but they're ready to race. Green and go. It's a good start from Tommy Brown in number 18. McPherson in 119 from the outside line, but it's Will Hands who's had the best of the getaways in the bright green with the red bumpers as they come down into Talladega for the first time, and McPherson's trying to go right around the outside. It's a 3 wide Swift as they turn into Talladega. 3 wide and high and wide as they turn through, and McPherson's made a mistake. McPherson gets all out of shape in the approach to the jump, and he's gone off the side of the jump in the background. McPherson's made his own joker lap on the approach to Dover Slope, so McPherson's fallen right to the back of the pack, and Caden Harris is now our leader. The championship fight between them is still close. Harris is on the back foot in the standings. McPherson knows that, but a mistake here in Q2, not ideal preparation as we enter the latter stages of the event this afternoon. It's Caden Harris who leads, Tommy Brown second, Will Hands in third, Foley fourth, and McPherson, after his dramas, in fifth. They come through the paddock bend turn for the first time, and it's Harris, Brown and Hands still your leading trio, with McPherson sticking to the normal line in 119 and Foley in 273 going joker. So the 3 leaders absolutely locked together then. Harris, Brown and Hands all as one up over the jump for the second time, and the Essex teenager has the advantage still. He turned 17 recently, did Caden. He's now driving on the road, so Caden has passed his driving test on the road, and he's now hoping to take the junior rallycross crown on the circuit. So the 17-year-old from Essex up into North Bend Hairpin in number 84 with the advantage over Tommy Brown, with Will Hand still there with him. Will, one of the new drivers for 2025 in the red and the green colours. His livery certainly stands out, and he's shown good speed so far this weekend as Brown and Hands both go Joker. Hands into the longer route. They've got to be careful through the Joker section. You don't want to hit the bollards because you might get a penalty. They just avoid it. Will Hands, a very odd line through the Joker lap. He went a bit too deep into the latter part of the chicane, and that's cost him time. But it is our race leader, Caden Harris, who's pulling clear of the rest for now, up over the tabletop for the third time now he comes, and the Elite Fitness sticker car has the advantage. His dad Brett, a former Swift Sport racer, granddad Steve has the RS200, which is on display in the paddock ahead of Lydden Legends Festival next year. But Caden is continuing the theme of Harris's in British Rallycross Championship, and he's been a real front runner in junior competition, having stepped into it a few seasons ago. The 17-year-old leads the way as Hands in fourth spot after his last Joker. He lost a bit of time in that Joker section by running deep, as Caden Harris has gone Joker now, the race leader, into the longer route and comes out ahead of Tommy Brown. Tommy's on a different line through the chicane. He had a moment there yesterday, kept it all together though, as Will Hands gets back into third spot, with McPherson now fourth, Folly fifth. Across the timing line and starting their final lap. Up to the jump they come for the final time then, and it's going the way of Caden Harris in this one in 84. Brown in 18 with second spot to his name. The fight for third, fourth and fifth is fairly close, with McPherson, Folly chasing Hands in the green and red colours, but the fastest lap's gone the way of Caden Harris in the 52.9 seconds. He is 1.5 seconds clear of Tommy Brown in the grey colours, and it's still Will Hands in third. So Harris is going to do it. He had a jump start yesterday, which wasn't a brilliant start to his meeting, but he comes through in the Elite sticker car to win. Harris does it. Brown is second. Hands third, McPherson in fourth, and fifth spot for Folly. So Junior Swift Heat 2 is complete, and it's Caden Harris with a 1.7 second gap over Tommy Brown, which is the final order. A win for Caden. Next up on track will be the Retro Division. Retros are on the line, ready for Q2. Ian Biaggi in the Mini, number 55. Dan Swayland in 22, the new champion, or double champion in the category. Simon Hart, 137. Joe Luke Eastwood, Ian Half-Eyed, and Pete Christmas make up our order. Retro Division is ready and raring to go then. Biaggi, Swayland and Hart, your first three starters. No Joker lap for this pre-1991 up to 1600cc division, and we'll keep a close eye on the front wheel drive row of row 2, where the Metro and the 205 sit. Joe Luke Eastwood's looked pretty racy so far this weekend. What can he do from the second row? Ready to race. Green and go, and Ian Biaggi gets the best of the starts in 55 in the little Mini, as he has done all weekend. He powers away neatly away from Dan Swayland in the Ford Escort Mark 1. Simon Hart is trying to go around the outside, or keep Joe Luke Eastwood at bay if he can. Luke Eastwood snapping at his heels already, and the MG Metro is up and past. So the Metro man is up into third position already, but it's Dan Swayland in the number 22 with Ian Biaggi up ahead of him for now. Swayland's already on the tail of the Mini and looking to make a move as they come up Hairy Hill and into the North Bend hairpin. Swayland and Biaggi. Swayland's got far less experience than Ian up ahead of him, but that car is really neatly turned out. The BDA powered Malin Motorsport built shell for the Ford Escort Mark 1, and it really has been a very successful retro rallycross machine in recent years. He bounced his way through the chicane for the first time, and at this part of the circuit he's very strong indeed. He draws alongside the Mini. Ian is able to hold position for now, and Swayland is right on the tail. Dan had met James May, the former Top Gear host, the other week. Dan's sister used to work on the Grand Tour in the production team, so he's met Jeremy Clarkson in the past. He's met James May in the run-up to the Lydden event. Was encouraging him to come along to the Rallycross to watch it this weekend, having seen James May and Hammond and Clarkson all take part in Rallycross events here at the circuit in previous years. It'd be great to have one of them here at the circuit one day, but Swayland's got the support of May and Clarkson here this weekend, and it's Biaggi who comes through North Bend Hairpin with the lead. Good slide from Simon Hart in the Ford Escort Mark 1, and now Swayland is on the tail of Biaggi as they come into paddock. Now this again is the point of the circuit where the little Mini is looking pretty vulnerable to the larger Ford behind it, and Swayland's looming large in the mirrors. He's alongside and trying to make a move coming down into Talladega. No joker to split the pair, so Swayland's going to have to get the move done on circuit, and the Sheppey youngster is right on the tail of the Scotsman as they come up past the flags and up over the tabletop. Dan's last weekend in this division. He'll be graduating to Super Retro in 2026, so he wants to finish his time in this very successful category to him with a flourish, and he's right on the bumper now of Ian Biaggi up Hairy Hill, staring at the rear of the Mini up ahead. Into North Bend Hairpin they come, and the rear wheel drive Escort is just losing out at the moment to Ian, who's making the Mini as wide as he possibly can down Hairy Hill and into paddock. Last lap is being ready. The last lap board is going to be shown this time through. Can Biaggi keep Swayland at bay? We're 1 mile away from the checker flag. They start their final lap, and Swayland is becoming ever more impatient now behind Biaggi. He's trying a different line. He went wide last time. He's trying the undercut this time through the Talladega banking, but the MRF tyres stickered Ford Escort Mark 1 can't get the move done there. They rise up to the jump and over the tabletop for the final time, and it's still Ian Biaggi with the advantage in this classic rallycross duel between the little front-wheel drive plucky Mini against the more powerful BDA powered Escort. The 1600 engine will have a chance up the hill into North Bend, but he can't do it there. Ian Biaggi's put in a great drive here. He's been like a sponge. He's absorbed all of the pressure thrown at him from the Ford, and there's going to be more pressure here because the powerful Ford Escort is going to try around the outside. Dan Swayland into Paddock Bend for the final time. This is the last lap. The checker flag is being made ready, and Dan Swayland's going to try and make a move on the approach to the chicane. He can't get it done there. A great fight between the two. Excellent respect between Ian Biaggi and Dan Swayland. Dan the champion, but Ian Biaggi has shown the champion the way there. That was a great drive from Ian. He used all of his experience to keep the Mini Clubman up ahead of Dan Swayland in the Ford Escort Mark 1, and it's a time of 53.45 seconds from Biaggi, the fastest lap time of the session on the last lap. So Ian found some pace right at the end there and came ahead of Swayland at the flag. Great stuff from the Scotsman, and he'll be driving back up to home tonight. Very pleased with his results so far. We'll see what happens in the final later on, but Biaggi does it. Dan Swayland second, Joe Luke Eastwood's there in third, the man from Ashford with his Bill Richards prepared Rover Metro. Simon Hart fourth, Peter Christmas fifth, and Ian Halfhide was in sixth. So good close racing from the Retros. That was one of the best fights of the day so far. Swift Sports are out on circuit next, but I was mentioning the details of Arthur Debenham's Q&A session up in Bury next January. So the details of that, the Rallycross commentary legend Arthur Debenham, who we have seen at Lydden in recent seasons, which has always been great to see. We're commentating from the Arthur Debenham Tower here this afternoon, but he is holding a Q&A session as part of an evening with Arthur Debenham event at Bury Town Football Club in Bury St Edmunds on the 15th of January, and that's from 7 to 7:30 p.m. So if you want to hear from the voice of Rallycross, then do have a look for the details for Arthur Debenham's upcoming Q&A up in Bury. On to the Swifts we go, and it's Matt Cake in 630 who starts on pole position, the man who has been the star of the Swift Sports in 2025. He's won every race he has started. Tyler Scott alongside. Now Tyler's real up-and-coming talent in this category. He'll have his brother Callum alongside him next year in the Swifts. That's the plan at least, but Tyler's out on track in this one, representing the Scott family. Phil Seath alongside. And in 114, Dave Halford, and our final starter. Oh, we got a new starter, 46 on the timing screen, being Liam Duran. So things have changed on the entry list. Sam Peterson in 114 and Liam Duran in 46. And yes, that is Liam in his overall. So Liam Duran, a late entry then, in the 46 Suzuki Swift in the black colours. And we'll see how he gets on in this one. Duran in 46, already up past Tyler Scott. And the 46 of Liam Duran is right in the thick of it here in the Swift Sports, trying to take the win away from Matt Cake. Matt Cake now has suddenly got a new driver to contend with, because Liam Duran, a late entry, a very late entry, wasn't on any of the entry forms this morning, but the number 46 of Liam Duran is out on circuit. Sam Peterson's driving the Lydden Hill hire car in place of Dave Halford, so a change in entry, an extra Swift to watch, and it's Liam in number 46 who we see out on circuit. Phil Seath is in third spot, but Matt Cake, our early leader, and can now Matt Cake finally be beaten in 2025? Duran in 46 through the chicane, and Matt Cake's off. Matt Cake's had a big accident through the chicane and into the wall. 630 of Matt Cake off at the chicane, bounces back off the wall, and his 100% winning record for the Kent racer is surely going to come to an end now, unless they can get that car miraculously repaired before the final later on. Matt's getting out of the car, but that was a big off. Red flags fly, and Matt's A-OK. He's out of the car, but the Swift is very bent indeed, and that was a big off through the chicane onto the grass, into the tyres. And our Swift Sport Q2 race is quickly halted with Matt Cake, our new champion for 2025. The Canterbury racer looks at the damage to his car, and Chris Cake, his dad, and the team would have work to do if they're able to turn the car around before the final later on. He just set the best of that of 52.1. He was flying. He knew he had his work cut out, with Liam Duran added as a very late entry to the race. But Matt Cake out, and the rescue crews are already on the scene. So minus Matt Cake, the Suzuki Swifts are coming back onto the line, and this is a very late arrival to the entry list. Liam Duran in number 46. Now, if you weren't here yesterday, you would have missed his huge accident up at North Bend Hairpin when he rolled the Autograss Class 7 Mini in a nasty incident up at North Bend onto the concrete. It rolled and it was a big incident. Do have a look on the British Rallycross social media pages if you haven't watched it already. More than 500,000 people had this morning, and it's quite a dramatic roll. So Liam was involved in that first yesterday. That's put his Class 7 Mini out of the event, but he's got the Suzuki Swift, which wasn't even planned to be on the entry. Liam Duran is here and starting from row 2. We're missing Matt Cake on pole, but Tyler Scott starts second in 143. Phil Seath, the Lydden Hill local, lives in Lydden Village, starts from the outside of row 1. And row 2, Sam Peterson is using the Lydden Hill hire car in place of Dave Halford, and after his own car expired yesterday. And Liam Duran, final starter, driving the plain black Suzuki. Dad Pat has raced and won in the Suzuki Swifts in previous years. Liam's uncle Joel raced a black Suzuki Swift here in previous years as well. Had a huge accident down at the Chessons Drift, now Talladega section, I think on the same day that Liam Duran rolled a Citroen C4. So the Swift family's got history, the Duran family's got history in the Swift sports, and it's Liam who starts on the second row here. Great to have the British Bomb as a late addition to the entry. The former European Rallycross event winner is going to take the fight here to Tyler Scott, the youngster from Sittingbourne, Phil Seath, the Rallycross newcomer, and Sam Peterson, another first-time Rallycross starter this year. Will Liam come out on top? He'll be the favourite, but he's only just jumped in the car. We're ready to race, and it's Q2 for the Swift Sports. We will have a new winner, but who would it be? Liam Duran's already looking racy. There's contact already down onto Talladega. Tyler Scott's turned around. Sam Peterson's involved, but contact between the Swifts and Duran, Peterson, Scott were all involved in that. I think Phil Seath got away unscathed, but contact with Duran and Scott as they ran down off the line, and Duran's got away with it. Tyler Scott is having to recover from the spin. I think everyone is going to continue. Liam Duran is second. Phil Seath leads, and Tyler Scott has been able to rejoin in the blue and white Scott's Transport sticker car. So Scott's back in third spot, but the fight for the race lead is on with Phil Seath in 80, and Phil is checking every mirror he owns in that Suzuki Swift. He's looking left, he's looking right. He knows that the mean black machine of Liam Duran is behind him, and we'll see how the former European event winner can do. Duran, the X Games gold medalist of the past. He is a top Rallycross campaigner, as anyone would know, but how can he do in this front-wheel drive Suzuki Swift here at Lydden Hill this afternoon in what has been an incredible late entry to the event? He wasn't on any form of entry list at all, even at lunch break, and Duran is now right on the pace. Fastest lap's gone to Phil Seath, but Duran in 46 is setting good pace already in second spot. Tyler Scott's trying to recover after his dramas at the start. He's running in third. It was a tap between himself and Duran which caused the incident at the start, and the four Swifts went spinning on the line, but it's Seath who still leads. Duran, after that Joker lap, is second, and he's the one to watch because Liam's got the Joker lap sorted, and this mean black number 46 car is definitely one to keep an eye on. The Peter Gwynn Motorsport boot lid on the back. It's championship run by Peter Gwynn's team, and the entry point into Rallycross competition is really a series where you can jump in a car as a hired car driver, buy a car and run it yourself. Numerous options. Phil Seath, the race leaders, bought this car. He's running it himself. And he's had an engine change earlier in the season as well that was competed here in the Lydden Hill paddock. So he's been running in the championship this season. He's been going along smartly, but he's got to Joker now before the end of this, and this is the last lap. So Phil Seath's going to have to take the Joker, and Liam Duran has just set the fastest lap of the race, a 50.9. Seath goes Joker, but he's going to be caught shortly now by Duran, the race leader. Liam Duran on the inside. Seath goes Joker, but Liam's going to win it then. Number 46 of Liam Duran takes the win in the black. The Phil C is second. Tyler Scott will be in third spot. Now Tyler, in his first rallycross event, driving the car that his uncle Chris and dad Darren have drove successfully in the Swift Sports behind. It's got a Ryan Lawford sticker on the boot lid as well, in memory of the top stock hatch and super national racer. And Tyler comes through in third. Fourth for Sam Peterson, and a DNF for Matt Cake. Now, Liam's been a good addition to the Swift Sports. Look forward to seeing how that goes. Sadly, I don't know if we're going to get the fight between himself and Matt Cake. Hopefully, Chris Cake and the teams can get the Suzuki repaired in the next couple of hours before the Swift Sport final, because let's hope that the Swift Sport grid has Matt Cake on it. Can he compete his 100% winning record in 2025, or will Liam Duran be able to topple him? We will find out, but it's a race against time now for the Cake family to get Matt's car repaired. Cross cars onto the line, and it's James Constantine in the TN5, the older chassis, comes down onto the grid. He's got the MSD stickers, his company, on the side, and James Constantine slots into pole position in his 850cc cross car. Alongside him, the 1000cc RX150 buggy of Steve Jones in 19, the champion for this year. Steve, a top driver in this class. Stephen Burke on the outside in 32, looking across to his RX150 rival to his right. Row 2, Ben Hardy in the pink colours, and Ben Bartlett in the blue, yellow and the flashes of orange on the black base. He starts on the second row, and on the back row it's Liam McMullen, who struggled in Q1. Now Ben Bartlett, don't forget, in the number 44 car, the black with the Dayglow yellow, he blew an engine yesterday and has changed cars overnight, so it's been a complete switch for Ben. This is a new car to him, and he's got to find his feet very quickly here in Q2. Can he get to the finish? 4 laps ahead of us. We're ready to go. Green and go, and it's a good start from the 600cc Stephen Burke Yakar Cross, but James Constantine's the early leader. The charge down into Talladega. It's Jones in the thick of it, and very much in the thick of it, because spat out wide goes Stephen Burke. Drama already in the cross cars, and now James Constantine has spun. The race leader's involved. McMullen's gone left, gone right. He doesn't know where to look because James Constantine was spinning. Stephen Burke was spinning. It was all happening at the start of the Q2 race for the cross cars. Through the left-hander of the Devil's Elbow and up to Harry Hill they come. It's now Ben Bartlett the leader after the dramas for the rest. So this brand new car to him, the change overnight, and the 16-year-old former kart racer is having a good time of it out front as they come down Harry Hill into Paddock Bend. It's Bartlett who holds sway out front in the 44. Second spot for Stephen Jones in 19. Liam McMullen in 29. Ben Hardy is fourth, and then we have 2 drivers who have taken the Joker lap. It's James Constantine who spun out of contention on the first lap. Stephen Burke in 6th spot. He's got his Joker lap done as well, but it's Ben Bartlett who leads the way as Stephen Jones is now beginning to come under pressure from the flying Liam McMullen. The speed car wonder from Ireland is right on the tail now of Stephen Jones. The English racer from Portsmouth is coming under pressure then from McMullen as they clamber up Harry Hill for the second time. Jones has the straight line speed advantage, but if you just watch through the corners, the cross cars are more nimble. They can be flicked around a bit more than the heavier RX150s which you see ahead. So Jones will have the advantage in a straight line, but at Lydden really there's only 2 straights up the hill and down it. The rest are twiddly bits of rallycross circuit, and they need the nimble nature of the cross cars really comes into their own as Jones is now your second place man, because Bartlett's still out front having not jokered. Jones in the second spot, but there's a real fight on for third because Ben Hardy, who's jokered, and Liam McMullen, who's gone into that longer route, are now locked together in a fight for third and fourth place. The red colours of the cross car, the speed car wonder of McMullen against the pink of Hardy, and look at the pace in the straight line of the pink buggy. It's quick in a straight, but it gets to the corner, they touch, and the cross car is able to just power away through the turn, but in a straight line, Ben will be able to reel him back in. It's a really cat and mouse battle between the cross cars and the RX150s. We are on to the final lap. Bartlett's gone joker. Jones has gone joker and comes back out ahead of McMullen. So great stuff from Steve Jones. He's come out ahead of McMullen after the joker lap sequence. And this is good stuff from the new champion for 2025. He's a multiple champion now in the RX 150 category. A huge launch from Liam McMullen. Has a heavy landing as well, but the cross car can take the punishment. It turns through the Devil's Elbow. He's third at the minute as they clamber up Hairy Hill. He's only got half a mile to go or so because they're into the North Bend hairpin now, right on the tail of Jones, but McMullen's running out of time. It's Ben Bartlett who's having the best time of it of all out front. He comes through Paddock Bend and up towards the checker flag, and after the engine expired yesterday, he wins in a completely different car today. Jones is second, third for McMullen. Fastest lap of the session goes to Bartlett at the end there. Fourth is Ben Hardy, fifth for James Constantine, sixth Stephen Burke. Good close racing them from the cross cars, and it's a win by 4 seconds from Ben Bartlett, the youngest driver in the category, and the Mygale XC04 is a pretty decent looking chassis. Bartlett's been able to jump across from the car that blew its engine yesterday into another Mygale, and he's won race 1. But how will he do in the overall times? Because the fastest drivers from Q1 are being let loose out of the dummy grid, and it's Will Ovenden who leads the pack. The Q1 winner will be our first driver onto the Canterbury Straight. Will Ovenden then on to pole position, the second generation rallycrosser, younger brother of Mini Challenge JCW champion for 2025. Tom Ovenden, as well-deserved title for Tom, the circuit racing star, having moved across from rallycross. Sees his younger brother now in the split surface category, and Will starts on pole. David Kane alongside in 581. The Irishman has used this Speed Car Wonder R in sprint events in Ireland on tarmac, but has been in rallycross a couple of seasons now, and he's got very used to this split surface sport of rallycross. Max Weatherly alongside him, the champion for 2025 in number 7. 420 of Kevin Sharkey's on row 2 with 61 of Brad Turner, and our last starter, Rowan Lundy, in the number 88 Life Black of the orange flashes. Might have a slight delay because the start line marshal isn't happy with something down on the Canterbury Straight. But David Kane has not been beaten on circuit much at all in recent times. Will Ovenden be able to get the better of him here? He's side by side with the form man in the championship coming in to this one. And Max Weatherly will be looking to end the season on a high. Max hasn't won since the round back at Pembrey in July time. So it's been a long time since Max has been on the top step in the cross cars. Will Ovenden hasn't had an event win. David Kane can't stop winning. So this front row has a lot of pedigree. Row 2 of Sharkey, who had a huge role at Pembrey in South Wales earlier in the season, after Max Weatherly's wheel came loose and Kevin Sharkey ended up rolling end over end. But there's something amiss on the start line, so we'll wait to see what the marshals decide, with Brad Turner and Rowan Lundy also waiting patiently. Now Kevin Sharkey being told to leave the grid. I don't know if there's been any penalties or anything dished out from the earlier races. Have a look after this, but Kevin Sharkey heading back to the paddock, which is odd. The space frame single seat sports little rallycross cars powered by 850cc Yamaha engines, and Sharkey's definitely going back to the paddock, so Kevin seems to be out of this. Some frantic action in dummy grids, but Kevin Sharkey's not being able to take the start. So Sharkey's going to be out of this. We miss Kevin Sharkey, but Will Ovenden, David Kane and Max Weatherly are here on the line in the sunshine at Lydden, ready for Q2 of the cross cars. We're away and going. David Kane gets an excellent start in the speed car Wonder R. They charge down into the Talladega section, and Max Weatherly's trying to live with the four-man in the series. Weatherly gets ahead of Ovenden, so Will drops down into third spot, just touches the rear of Max Weatherly's live entry as they come up over the tabletop for the first time. Weatherly, the new champion for 25, on the tail of David Kane, and can Max be able to end this season with a win in the final? That will be his dream later on, because it's not been a great end to the campaign. Yes, he's won the title, but Max hasn't been on the top step for a good few months, and he's now challenging David Kane. This is the closest we've seen Max in the number 7. He's found something in the TN11 entry with Will Ovenden in third spot going joker, fourth for Bradley Turner as David Kane comes through the chicane. Will Ovenden does the same in the joker lap section, but the race leaders are absolutely as one, David Kane and Max Weatherly. This is the closest anyone has been to David Kane on circuit so far this weekend. Max Weatherly is shadowing his every move here, through past the flags and up over the Ovenden built tabletop jump he goes, and it's the David Kane 581 entry which leads. But where's Brad Turner off to? He's into the tyres is the answer. Number 61 of Bradley Turner off and into the tyre wall. It's now a fight still going on for the lead, with Weatherly right on hard on the brakes through the right hander at the North Bend hairpin. Max is really pushing on in the number 7, 0.2 of a second behind Kane. Last time they went past the timing line, but he's going joker this time, so the gap will widen. Will he come out ahead of Will Ovenden? That might be another question, because Will Ovenden is really charging in the number 5. Max just comes out ahead of the Adisham teenager. Will, having started on pole, dropped to third at the start. He's still third at the minute, and they're all trying to beat the time set by Ben Bartlett in that earlier race. It was a 3 minutes 14. Fastest lap of the session so far is Ben Bartlett's 46.1. We'll get an idea of lap times at the end of this one, with David Kane currently quickest of 46.3, 0.2 down on the pace of Bartlett, as Ovenden and Weatherly have a brilliant duel through North Bend hairpin. It's Faversham versus Adisham between the Kent racers as they come down Hairy Hill. Max on ahead of the Digger Sim car for now. All of this tussling between the two of them won't help in their fight to stop David Kane, because Kane's come out of the joker lap and he'll be chuckling, looking in his mirrors, because the battling duo behind have held each other up, and Max Weatherly now is second behind, ahead of Ovenden, but behind David Kane, our race leader. The fastest lap of the session is still Ben Bartlett's. This is the final tour now, so will Ben Bartlett's time be able to be trumped here by David Kane from Ireland in the 581 car? They climb up Hairy Hill and into North Bend for what is the final time, and Ovenden's going to send it. Ovenden sends it up the inside. A great move from Will, but Max has got the cutback. This duel between the Kentish rivals is continuing. It's Max on the inside, Will on the outside. David Kane's going to take the win, but Weatherly's back into second place. Great close racing between the Kent pair. It's a win for David Kane. Max Weatherly is second, Will Ovenden third. Tremendous stuff from the cross cars. Rowan Lundy will be fifth because he's taken a last lap joker, and Brad Turner gets up the inside in 61 after hitting the tyres. So Brad Turner finishes fifth. The times are just quicker than Ben Bartlett, so David Kane does beat Ben Bartlett's time by not much at all. It was 0.7 of a second. David Kane beats Ben Bartlett 0.7 quicker than the 16-year-old former kart racer. So David Kane wins. It's second in the race for Weatherly, third for Ovenden. Great stuff from the cross cars, and we're now going into an Autograss demo for our next track action.
haven't looked at it. I've been for a bit syrupy.
Wrong colour.
I didn't realise how much you obviously when I got rid of the hospital last year. Who are you after? Oh, that's fine, we've dealt with it now.
So we've got an Autograss demo between Q2 and Q3. Q3 will be our next track action for the Rallycrossers, and that will begin with the Super Retro division. But we're going to get a blast of the Autograss Class 7 runners now, these space-framed super saloons, rear-wheel driven, as you can quite clearly see as they wheelie their way up the Canterbury Straight and drift beautifully through the Talladega turn. All of these cars out on circuit in this session are twin motorbike engine powered. Liam Duran's car, which ended on its roof up at North Bend Hairpin yesterday, has a single V8 engine in it, but all of these cars have the twin motor. And we have a field full of mini pickups, the popular chassis in Class 7, but we do have a Fiat in there as well in the form of Darren Hockley. So Darren Hockley is in the Fiat, but just to run you through the drivers out on circuit who have been demoing these Class 7s all weekend long. Andrew Graney in his mini pickup, Damien Harris in his mini pickup, Dan Parker, Luke Hall, Ollie Eggleton, and we were due to have Liam Duran, but the car ended up on its roof at North Bend Hairpin yesterday. So Duran's car's now parked at the top of the paddock, and not much left of it after a nasty roll for the British Bomb at the top of the hill. But the Class 7 Autograss runners are going to charge round for one more lap after this, and then they will conclude their session. To run you through the rest of the day, the next races have been trimmed by a lap. So due to the delay of repairing the circuit after the dramas we've had today, we have got a shortened schedule for the rest of the afternoon. The qualifiers are run over 3 laps rather than 4, and that will be the same for the semi-finals. There'll be 4 laps rather than 5 for most categories, and the finals themselves will be 5 laps instead of 6. So due to the delays we've had with Julian Godfrey's dramatic incident and the Citroen DS3 and others involved at Pilgrims, and Matt Cake's drama as well, there have been a few thrills and spills on circuit so far today, and as these Autograssers complete their what is due to be what could be their final run of the weekend, they charge into North Bend Hairpin for the final time, wheeling their way up Hairy Hill and into the right-hander at the top of the hill. Then the IK runners, that's the Invicta Kent club, the local Romney Marsh team, the IK 49 and the Invicta Kent local, but they charge through paddock at the bottom of the hill. The Class 7 Autograss runners complete their session by bouncing over the chicane in frantic style. Class 7 Autograss then complete their demo. They'll head back to the paddock. And to run you through the order of play, Super Retros will be next race out on circuit. The pre-1991 over 1600 litre class will be next out for 2 Q3 races, followed by the Supercars, Junior Swifts, Retros, Senior Swifts and the Cross Cars. We'll then be going into the semi-finals and the final stages. Q3 for the Super Retros then is next out on circuit, and this is our start of the third qualifying stage. Remember, they're only going over 3 laps now at this point of the event, so 3-lap race and no joker lap for the Super Retro runners. Martin West is onto the front row, outside of row 1 in his Martin Skanker Mark III Escort Tribute. Hannah Stewart in the Pinto-powered Talbot Sunbeam in 314 starts on row 2. Dave Ewan in the ex-Jamie Lee Richard Moore Ford Fiesta. It was built during the 1990s for the Euro 2000 Rallycross rule set and still going strong all this time later. And Dave Ewan is joined by Vince Bristow in the trusty BMW on the back row in number 97. Four starters then for Q3, 3 laps. Dave Ewan and Bristow will be the favourites. The newcomers, Martin West and Hannah Stewart, will be fighting their own battle, I would suspect, as Hannah gets to grips with the new car to her and Martin gets the furthest into an event we've seen him so far. The Escort usually has a technical issue of some kind, but he's done well to find some progress with the Escort this weekend. They blast away, and it is Ewan in the Fiesta and Bristow in the BMW, who are our early pace setters, down into Talladega, the Evo-powered Ford Fiesta of Dave Ewan, behind Vince Bristow in the BMW. Number 97 of Rallyman Vince. He has a Ford Escort Mark I, which he uses on rally stage events, at Brands Hatch rally stages. He's been in action before and in the forests, but Vince is a retro rallycross front runner in the BMW, and as he climbs up Hairy Hill, he's got the early lead here in this Q3 race. Only 3 laps in this race, so Bristow is going to get a wriggle on and try and stop the clocks as quickly as possible before our second batch of Super Retro runners. Dave Ewan comes into Paddock Bend in second spot in the Lakeland Pipe sponsored Ford Fiesta, sliding through the chicane section up over the curbing he goes. That Fiesta's worked so well in many seasons in retro rallycross competition, and Dave, who missed yesterday due to suspension issues, the parts he needed arrived. He's got the car ready, he's back out on circuit and ready to go today. The Fiesta of Dave Ewan then into Devil's Elbow in the number 17 car, up Hairy Hill, and Hannah Stewart and Martin West are now beginning to close up. Last lap board is being made ready because this 3-lap fight for the Super Retro Honours in Q3 is still on as Dave Ewan slides the Ford Fiesta through the right-hander of North Bend. A good fight for third. Martin West has got up the inside of Hannah Stewart through North Bend hairpin, so a change for third spot with the Talbot Sunbeam and the Escort as we begin the final lap. The Ford is now ahead of the Talbot. Hannah Stewart's having much better pace today though. Her brakes locked on yesterday in the latter stages of the event, so she was unable to finish yesterday's meeting with stuck brakes, but she's now continuing nicely in this one, and she's having a decent duel with the Ford Escort Mark III of Martin West in number 9. But it's Vince Bristow, the Hastings-based garage owner in the BMW, who is continuing to lead the way here in the 318i model, sliding beautifully through North Bend hairpin. Classic Bristow style this. That is brilliant to see Vince sideways and smoking the tyres into paddock. He was busy welding the prop shaft on Stuart Emery's Volvo overnight, trying to get that repaired. He did good work off track to help Stuart, and he's now won on track himself the following day. Vince Bristow wins it. He takes the flag, and Dave Ewan is slowing. Dave's slowing and limping his way down Hairy Hill into paddock. He might be caught by the battling duo of Martin West and Hannah Stewart. Dave Ewan is going to get to the line, but he's a long way off the pace at the end in 17. Martin West is third, fourth for Hannah Stewart, and that's great to see Martin and Hannah both getting to the checker flag and having a decent little fight. The Ford Escort and the Talbot Sunbeam third and fourth, but it's Vince Bristow who's our fastest driver in Q3 race 1, takes the applause of the spectators around Devil's Elbow and heads back to the paddock with a victory to his name. It's a victory for Vince, and it's our fastest drivers in race of Q2 who are now heading out for the second race of Q3. Charlie French, Pat Duran and the rest all about to head out onto circuit for our Q3 last qualifier for the Super Retro division. Charlie French then on to pole, the 35-year-old from Heathfield in East Sussex in the DHS Bathrooms sponsored Tuesday Night Rallycross Club prepared Ford Escort Mark II. A number of different companies on the side showing how many people are involved in getting this Ford Escort Mark II together and ready to go racing. His arch championship rival Alan Crockett. It's been a bit frosty at times between the pair because they've run so close. They've had such great duels. It's been very close indeed, but the respect between them is excellent. French and Crockett have been stars this year. Got a bit close to comfort yesterday. But they have been stars of the season, and it's French and Crockett who start on the front row in 42 and 779. On to pole for Charlie. Alan alongside, Stewart on the outside in 71, and that's a very fine front row indeed. French, Crockett and Emery, your first three starters. Duran in 46, 91 of Tapscott on row 2. We've got 4 Ford Escort Mark IIs in this one. French, Duran, Tapscott and Grant, and Nigel Davey represents the sports cars in the back in the Triumph TR7 V8. No John Cross this weekend, having sold his Lancia Stratos. The VW powered car is heading out of Rallycross and into sprinting, but we've still got a very strong super retro grid. We're ready to race. Green and go for the Super Retro Q3, and their time they're looking to beat is the one set by Vince Bristow in the earlier encounter, and Alan Crockett in the naturally aspirated Millington powered Opel Kadett blasts away into the lead. He beats Charlie French to turn 1. There's 10 points between them in the championship, 20 points available today, so Charlie French knows he's in the pound seat for the overall title, but Alan Crockett is very quick indeed. You can't rule out the second generation rallycrosser from Northern Ireland in the RXNI entry. They climb up out of a Devil's Elbow and up into North Bend Hairpin. Crockett in the Opel with Charlie French second. A good fight behind. Emery, Tapscott and Grant all locked together with Nigel Davey in the background as well. But as the field turns out of North Bend Hairpin, Andy Grant loses ground with a bit of a wild moment coming out of the right-hander. But it's Alan Crockett then who leads the way. He's turned in the tables here on Charlie French in Q3. 2 laps to go. It's a short, sharp sprint here in the Super Retro division. Charlie in second. Crockett is your leader. Half a second between them, and Charlie this time is the one who's going to have to make a move on circuit. He's going to come up alongside. They go up over the tabletop, and Charlie French is going to try and do what Patrick O'Donovan did to Derek Tohu in Q1, but he can't do it there. Crockett holds the lead, and the fight between the pair is going to rumble on. They climb up Harry Hill absolutely together. The turbocharged Ford against the naturally aspirated Opel into North Bend Hairpin. Through the right-hander at the top of the hill. It's Alan still with the advantage in the Opel dealer team car. The Ford Escort right with him. They're about to start their final lap, but French can't do it yet. He's got 1 mile left to do. He's usually strong coming out of the chicane and charging down to the Talladega banking. Might be able to try and make a move there. No, he's not close enough. The French isn't close enough to the rear of the Opel Kadett at this stage to get clear of the race leading Cadet GTE. Stuart Emery is still in 4th spot. Pat Duran's having a good race in 3rd as well. Pat, the 4-time British Rallycross champion, and very strongly indeed in 3rd spot. But Charlie French now is right on the tail of Crockett. This is the final lap, the 3-lap last qualifier of the weekend for the Retros, and which way will it go? Crockett's 10 points away from French in the championship. There aren't points to fight for here, but there are positions in the final, and Crockett knows that. He wants to beat Charlie in this last qualifier of the weekend into paddock for the final time then, and up towards the timing line. The 779 of Alan Crockett is going to take the win. It's the 2nd spot for the SR1 of Charlie French, 3rd for Pat Duran in 46, 4th is Stuart Emery, 5th Alan Tapscott, 6th is Nigel Davey, and our final finisher will be Andy Grant in the Ford Escort. Again, great racing between the pair of them, and they go round side by side waving to the crowd here at Lydden Hill this afternoon, and Alan Crockett beats Charlie French by 0.3 of a second to set up a great final later on. 141 points to Alan Crockett's name coming into this last race of the season, 151 to Charlie. So Alan's got his work cut out to take the title away from Charlie, but we'll see what happens in the final later on. supercar time then for Q3, our last two qualifiers of the weekend, and it'll be Andrea de Borg coming down onto the line with Julian Godfrey is there. Julian Godfrey in number 20 has made it out onto circuit, and Julian has put in a tremendous effort there to get the Citroen DS3 repaired. It was in the wall not long ago at all, and the 6-time champion has got the Citroen out of the tyre wall and onto the Canterbury straight. Great stuff from the Heathfield man. Sam Clennell alongside. Hopefully Sam can have a good run in the Proton, but hats off to Julian. He gets the Citroen back onto the grid. Brilliant stuff from number 20, Julian Godfrey. 3 laps to go then. Supercars ahead of us for the penultimate qualifier of the season. And Julian was just too keen to get going, and that's a great shame after his Herculean effort to get the Citroen ready for this race. He will now have the double Joker lap penalty heading his way, it seems. The board is being made ready, and the double Joker board will be shown to the 6-time champion, who was in a fight with John McCluskey for 3rd in the championship, but John, absent this weekend, opened the door for Julian to keep that. It looked like he might be dropping down the championship order with the crash earlier, but he's got the car back out on circuit, and he's now got to do 2 Joker laps in this heat race. 3 to go. De Borg, Godfrey and Clennell ready to race. Green and go, and Clennell bogs and stalls on the line, so Sam doesn't get going. Julian Godfrey gets away, and Andrea de Borg, the French star, is our early leader into the Talladega turn through the banking for the first time. And Julian Godfrey's got a new livery. It's at Tristan Ovenden's door, I think, on the side of the Citroen. So Tristan Ovenden's donated parts to Julian Godfrey's Citroen DS3. They are from the same team, and what a great effort it's been from the Goody Demolition, Ovenden and Godfrey Ornin to get Julian's Citroen back out on circuit. It's got new sponsorship in the red and yellow racing team on the side, but great that Julian's been able to get out on circuit and is feeling no ill effects of his huge impact in the Q2 race. De Borg through the chicane, 2 laps to go, and Julian Godfrey in 20. Julian still got his trusty Ford Fiesta, which gave him so many British Rallycross titles. We may see the car out at Lydden Legends Festival next year, next July, when that event is held. Julian's planning to bring the car out for events such as that in the future and put it back into its livery from 2010, I think. So we'll see Julian in the blue and white Fiesta at some point next season, but he's in the Citroen DS3 this weekend, and the engine wizard from Heathfield in East Sussex is through the right-hander at the top of the hill, and this will just be a great effort if he can get to the checker, even with the double Joker lap penalty to serve. He's into the Joker now with Andrea de Borg starting his final lap. Julian out onto the Canterbury straight in number 20. The tyre wall definitely did its job in that dramatic crash in the last qualifier race, because Julian, the tyres must have absorbed a lot of the impact, helping Julian to get the car back out on track, but that was still one hell of an impact. We've lost Colin Anson sadly following that spill. He had a lot of damage on the roof and the rear of the Mitsubishi Mirage, where Julian Godfrey's car was forced into it on the impact. So no Colin Anson sadly. Tristan Ovenden's out. Steve Harris hasn't been able to charge the Mini, so there's no Steve Harris but this weekend, but still a quality supercar entry, and it's led by this man, Andrea de Borg. He comes across the timing line and he wins race 1 of Q3. 2 minutes 16 for Andrea de Borg, and Julian Godfrey does get to the checker flag. What a brilliant performance by the JGE and Goody Demolition team. Tristan Ovenden's not here racing today, but he is in the paddock, and he would have been heavily involved in getting Julian's car out there, I'm sure. Great work by the Ovenden team and Julian Godfrey's squad to get the Citroen DS3 back out on circuit, and that's the true spirit of Rallycross, when you see a part from another team's car stuck to the side of a hastily repaired vehicle. Brilliant effort to get Julian Godfrey out on track, and he finishes 2nd behind Andrea de Borg. The fastest drivers from Q2 are now heading out onto circuit for our final supercar qualifier of the season, and it'll be Patrick O'Donovan who comes on to pole position, with Derek Tohill in 77 alongside. Tom van der Heuvel in the Volkswagen Polo, the ex-Svadel Polo from the European Rallycross Championship. He's used the car in the Rally X series this year. Mike Seller and George Tracy are due to be out there as well. George is out in the Citroen but has had trouble this weekend. GB1 then of Patrick O'Donovan down onto pole position. He missed the last round at Mondello Park, but he's been back on fine form this weekend. He sits on pole position. Derek Tohill will come down into second on the grid, the multiple Irish Rallycross champion from Dublin in the Peugeot 208. He's driving this Gregoire Demoustier's former car from the World Rallycross Championship, and the DA Racing Squad running a very slick operation here at Lydden and across Europe this year. Tohill has competed in a part French Championship season, competing in the Irish scene and in Britain, plus the Rally X series. Been very busy indeed. Tom van den Heuvel alongside him, running this car without any mechanics, the Volkswagen Polo, the white 635 Polo. No mechanics helping Tom. He's completely a solo one-man band. Mike Seller alongside in 69. He wasn't damaged in the incident down at Pilgrim, so Mike was okay and able to get out on track. And George Tracy Jr. has made it onto circuit in 18 in the ex-Olivier and George Tracy Sr. Citroen C4. Thumbs up from the start line marshals, and in the sunshine on the Canterbury Straight, 5 supercars are about to go green. Green and go, and Derek Tohill gets the blast this time away from Patrick O'Donovan. So Tohill then, the new champion for 2025, gets the jump on Patrick O'Donovan into the Talladega turn, and it's the 77 of Derek which leads the way in the Parts for Cars colours. GB1 of Patrick O'Donovan in second spot. Now Patrick was quick to make a move on Derek in the early stages of race number 2, and he's not been able to make a way through over the jump this time. So Derek still leads, and it's a big jump from Tohill. He was being really encouraged by his spotters, I'm sure, to keep his foot in over the jump to ensure Patrick O'Donovan wouldn't be showing his nose this time. And the 2 Peugeot 208s, the handsome built car of Patrick O'Donovan against the DA racing machine of Derek Tohill, as Tom van den Heuvel goes into the Joker in the Volkswagen Polo. Mike Sellers onto the normal line. George Tracy Jr. is continuing on his way in 5th spot in the red, but Patrick O'Donovan's up the inside and trying to make a move on Derek Tohill. Tohill's holding sway. O'Donovan unable to find a way through. They both stick to the normal line. Here comes POD. Patrick's right on the rear bumper now of the Peugeot, through the Devil's Elbow, completely as one. They climb Hairy Hill, and it's nearly an 8-wheeled Peugeot 208 as they climb into North Bend Hairpin. A lock up from Derek, hard on the brake through the right-hander, and Patrick might want to think about jokering soon, because the Patrick needs some clear air here behind Derek Tohill, and Derek goes joker. So Derek opens the door and allows Patrick to have the lead for now. Derek gets that longer route done in 77. They begin their final lap. This is a short, sharp supercar blast around the home of the sport, and it's Patrick O'Donovan. It's all eyes on him now as he smokes the tyres through Talladega. He's got that longer route to do up over the tabletop in GB1. Hard on the power into the left-hander of the Devil's Elbow and climbing up Hairy Hill, the European champion from 2024, a 3-time British Rallycross champion, a former star of Junior Rallycross, an RX 150 champion. He's got lots of accolades, but here right now he needs to try and keep Derek Tohill at bay, and this is crunch time into the Joker lap. We are metres away from the finish line, and Patrick O'Donovan has set really good lap times to edge clear of Tohill here. It's Patrick O'Donovan who wins. Does he beat the Borg? That is the question. It's a 2:16.9, so no. Andrea de Borg wins Q3 for the supercars. He was quicker than Patrick by 0.5 of a second. De Borg wins Q3 for the supercars. DA Racing take the spoils overall, but Patrick O'Donovan beats our new champion for 2025, Derek Tohill, in the Supercar Q3 race. Tohill is second overall, second in the race, third overall. Tom van den Heuvel is third, Mike Seller fourth, and George Tracy Jr. in fifth. Patrick wins on the road, but in overall times, the fastest man on circuit, Andrea de Borg, with the quickest lap and the fastest overall race time. Great stuff from Andrea. He beats POD with the quickest time by 0.5 of a second. Yep, it was just a bit of recovery, I think. Junior Swifts are on the line, ready for their last qualifier heat of the season. The Ovenden sign needed putting back on the jump. That was why we had a brief delay. Someone went over the advertising hoarding on the sign of the tabletop jump, but we're ready to go. Caden Harris, Tommy Brown and Will Hans, your 3 front row starters. Teddy McPherson in 119 and Harrison Foley on the second row. Revs rise and we're ready to go racing for the last 3-lap race of the season for the Swifts. Or are we? Because there might have been a little bit of creeping. I think someone may have broken the beam here. There might be a delay. There is a delay. So the junior Swifts are not allowed to be let loose straight away. And Will Hans' car has caught the attention of the officials down on the start lines. These closely controlled 1.3 litre Suzukis. A good entry point into Rallycross if you are young enough to take part in it, 14 to 17 years of age. And it's Caden Harris, Tommy Brown and Will Hans who will be the front row starters. Didn't look like a double joker lap penalty was applied, so everyone's going to be able to race cleanly to the line here in 3 laps of action ahead of us for our last qualifier for the junior season. And we are ready to race this time through then. Tommy Brown from the middle of row 1 gets a decent getaway. Harrison Foley on his last race in the junior class. He's having a decent run in the white car in the middle of this Suzuki Swift sandwich as they come into Talladega. Brown bounces out of shape but still holds on to 4th place. And it's Teddy McPherson who's trying to get up into the top 3. Hans holds his own in 3rd spot. Up over the tabletop, there's nearly contact, but they all get away with it. It's Caden Harris who still has the lead. Brown in 2nd, Hans is 3rd, McPherson 4th, and Foley currently 5th. But Caden Harris, the youngster who leads the way, it's a 6-point gap in the championship between himself and Teddy McPherson at the top of the standings. And Teddy is currently down in 4th spot behind Will Hans in the green and red and ahead of Harrison Foley in the white as he come into the Joker lap sequence. The championship leader then into the Joker, hard on the brakes in 119, through onto the Canterbury straight he goes and he's got clean air, chased on by Harrison Foley in 273. Harrison was very busy yesterday driving a cross car and a Swift, but with the cross cars not taking part in the event today, he's just been able to refocus his mind on 1.3 litre front wheel drive Suzuki racing, and we'll see how Harrison gets on. Now he's taken that early Joker, but it's still the 17-year-old from Essex, Caden Harris, who's leading the pack up Hairy Hill, chased on by Tommy Brown with Will Hans behind him in the red-wheeled bright green Swift. Into North Bend Hairpin and past the Lydden Hill sign they go. Harris goes deep through North Bend, not the optimal line through the right-hander, but looked like Brown sort of followed the leader through the tight right at the top of the hairpin into the Joker lap sequence, go to 2nd and 3rd place cars. So Brown and Hans both go Joker, and we could see a close merge here because Teddy McPherson is coming up the order and he gets 3rd and he gets 2nd. Teddy McPherson then, the fastest driver on circuit, a 52.991 from the 16-year-old Buckinghamshire base racer. He's into 2nd spot now. He needed a fast lap to come out ahead of Brown and ahead of Hans, and he delivered. Teddy then is up into 2nd spot now with the teddy bear stickers on the side of the car. He's up into 2nd position ahead of Brown and Hans, with Foley, your final runner, in 5th spot, the Reading youngster in 273. But it's all eyes now on Caden Harris. Up towards the Joker lap sequence he comes, down Hairy Hill and into Paddock Bend. He's got the Joker to do. 3 laps on the clock, so we are nearly at the finish now. Caden's going to flick through the Joker lap sequence, and it will be another win then. Caden Harris in 84. Teddy McPherson is 2nd in 119, and 3rd spot will be Tommy Brown with Will Hans in 4th and Harrison Foley in 5th. juniors are complete then for their qualifying stages. We'll be now moving towards the final for that class. And next up will be the up to 1600cc retro division. This is Heat 3 for the retro division. Their last qualifier of the day. Retros will follow. Retros will be followed by Swifts. And the retros are our next track action with Ian Biaggi on pole. Dan Swayland, you can see the signatures on the bonnet of the car and on the wings. They allowed fans to sign the bonnet and wish him luck yesterday. And the Mark 1 Escort has got a modified livery now on the Ford Escort Mark II. Joe Luke Eastwood alongside in his Metro number 57 with Simon Hart in 137, the 77 car of Pete Christmas, and 226 Ian Halfhide in the Peugeot 205. 3 laps ahead of us then. Q3 for the retros. Can Ian Biaggi keep the Escort at bay? He'll be quick off the line, but the Escort is fast as the race goes on. Who will come out on top in this one? Green and go, and Joe Luke Eastwood gets a good start in number 57. The Ashford racer gets a decent getaway, but Dan Swayland and Ian Biaggi are already wheel to wheel, and Swayland's got the lead this time. So Dan Swayland already in the Ford Escort gets ahead of Ian Biaggi in the Mini. And we have a good fight behind for second position because Joe Luke Eastwood in the Metro coming under pressure from Ian Biaggi coming under pressure from Joe Luke Eastwood in the Metro, with Simon Hart in to 4th spot now in the Ford Escort Mark 1. So it's good close battling apart from the leader, really. That fight for 3rd and 4th. Joe Luke Eastwood and the Ford Escort of Simon Hart are close. Coming out of the Joker Lap section, the MG Metro of Luke Eastwood with a flapping bonnet coming down Hairy Hill and into Paddock Bend. The A Series powered Metro through the right-hander paddock, bouncing along up towards the chicane. It's a period rallycross car driven in the 80s and 90s. So it's got proper rallycross history as the bouncing MG Metro through the Talladega dirt. The ex-rally car Toyota Corolla of Pete Christmas towards the back with Ian Halfhide, but Pete seeing this as a glorified test session in a way before developing the car over the winter. The Toyota Corolla, a former rally car, is still overweight. It's got a lot of weight that can come out of it, and Pete will be developing the car over the winter before coming back next season with a revitalised machine underneath him as Ian Halfhide challenges going up into North Bend. But the closest battle is Simon Hart and Joe Luke Eastwood. 3rd and 4th. Swayland is running away with this. Last lap board is shown for the number 22. Dan Swayland is going to win, I'm sure, with a mile to go. Ian Biaggi in 55 in 2nd spot. Joe Luke Eastwood in 57. The MG Metro man keeping Simon Hart at bay. Hart, who's found good speed with the car this season. He's been having some good battles in the retro division, and we should have more cars out on circuit next year. We've got a number of cars being re-prepared and built up, ready to go in the 2026 retro division. And we should have the return of Tony Lynch in a Peugeot 205 or a Toyota MR2 he's also still got, which was rolled heavily at the start of the year from the Super Retro category. But we are almost there with this Q3 qualifying race, and Dan Swayland in number 22 is going to come through paddock with the checker flag about to fly. Swayland then in the Kent Movers car up to the timing line to take the win. Swayland does it. 2nd spot will be Ian Biaggi in 55 in the Mini. 57 of Joe Luke Eastwood is in 2nd spot in the Bill Richards powered Metro. And final couple of finishers, Ian Halfhide, the Windsor racer, in his Nigel Davey Peugeot 205, and the 77 car of Pete Christmas in his Toyota Corolla. They swap positions on that final lap. So the Q3 race for the Retros goes the way of the Ford, the BDA-powered Ford of Dan Swaden, who'll be looking to bid farewell from this championship with victory in the final later on. He's already the champion, and he's looking to go out in style come the final later this afternoon. Suzuki Swifts up to the line, and we are seeming to be missing not just Matt Cake but also Liam Duran, possibly in 46. Liam in the black Suzuki not present on the grid. So Phil Seath in number 80 starts on pole in his open face helmet, the grey and orange Suzuki starts from effective pole position. Tyler Scott in 143. In the car is Dad Darren, drove so successfully in the Swift Sport class. And our final starter, 114, Sam Peterson, who saw his engine expire on his own car in the final yesterday. So Liam Duran and Matt Cake, both non-starters. And what a good start it was from Tyler Scott. And Tyler's first weekend in Rallycross started in the gravel trap yesterday. He then failed to finish with broken steering in Q2, but he ended up on the podium. He'd love to move a couple of steps up that podium towards the end of this meeting. Could he get a debut win? We'll have to see. But Tyler Scott then, the third generation Rallycrosser, is up over the tabletop with the advantage in this early stage. He's done a year or so of autocross racing in this Suzuki Swift, mainly in the West Country, but hasn't driven competitively here at Lydden before. And we have three for the lead with Peterson and Phil Seath all involved here with the three Suzukis through the North Bend hairpin. The 114 of Peterson against Seath. There's a change for position there because Phil Seath in 80 gets up ahead of Sam Peterson, but it's still Tyler Scott who holds the advantage out front. He's got a new Swift planned for next season. He's got a new shell ready to move bits out of this car into a fresh shell for 2026. His younger brother Callum planning to join the series as well. So we'll have two Scott racers on the championship entry list next season. That's the plan at least. But it's Tyler's time to shine here this afternoon in the afternoon sunshine at Lydden. He's into the Devil's Elbow, half distance of this one now, because we are on to the last lap next time through. And Tyler Scott's beginning to feel the pressure because Phil Seath is looking very racy indeed in second spot. He wants to take top position away from Scott. There's contact and it's all got a bit argy-bargy up at North Bend hairpin because Seath into the side of Scott, and there's contact between the two. They both recover, and these Swifts are strong old racers. They get going again after quite a big whack up at North Bend and a lot of damage on the front of Seath's car. But Tyler Scott's going to continue. These Swifts have been around in the British Rallycross Championship since 2010. 2009 was the first year they were introduced, when Andrew Jordan was here driving the test car before the championship was launched a year later. And they're still going all these years later, and they're still very strong Rallycross cars, as you can see in front of us here at North Bend hairpin, because that was a big old whack between the two of them, but they both seemingly have got away with it. Seath ahead of Scott though, which may be looked at by the officials because that was quite a whack up at North Bend hairpin. They get away with it though, and they're away as they climb up into North Bend hairpin with Sam Peterson, now our race leader, in the Lydden Hill hire car Swift, which Dave Halford was driving yesterday. Peterson down into Paddock Bend for what now is the final time. Checker flag is being made ready. Tyler Scott's going to get back ahead of Phil Seath through the Joker sequence. Once the Jokers are played out, Tyler Scott gets second place away from Seath, and that was a good close race between the three Suzukis. And it's Peterson who gets the better of Scott, with Seath in third, and non-starters. I'm not sure what the issue is with Liam Duran's 46 car, because he didn't seem to have any issues, I can't remember, in Q2. But Matt Cake, certainly, he's got a lot of damage after his off into the tyre wall at the chicane. Cross cars will be next up for their final qualifiers of the season.
How far off a 10-minute break might we be?
Sorry. On to the Q3 race for Crosscar and RX 150. Been a brilliant category all season long. And it's been a long season for the Crosscar racers as well. They come up to the line for their Q3 race. And with Ben Hardy on pole position, former champion in the RX 150 division. And the Crosscar season has already confirmed its opening round for 2026. That will be at the BTRDA Rallycross season opener and round one of the Motorsport UK Crosscar Championships at Lydden Park in Lincolnshire on March the 22nd. So that's a date for your diary. If you are not planning anything that weekend in March, it's a long way off at the minute, that should be a great day of action with the Crosscars kick-starting their 2026 season, and we'll see many of these current drivers returning next year. James Constantine, who starts from this race and second on the grid, has already ordered a new TN11 Crosscar, and he's back for more next season. He's going to have one last blast in this TN5 here today, though, sitting in the middle of row 1. On the outside is the number 32 of Stephen Burke from Ireland, and on row 2, Brad Turner with Rowan Lundy, and the 420 of Kevin Sharkey. So the Crosscars are almost ready to go racing, and this is Q3. So we're not into the final stages yet. This is the qualifying stage for the category. And the cars do seem to be being held on the line. So I'll wait for them to be released, and we'll be ready to go with the last qualifier for the Crosscars. The cars were held on the line, engines switched off, but we are now getting the engines fired up again, and it's still 3 laps of action ready to go racing. Ben Hardy will be on pole, and it's interesting to see how this pink entry goes. Ben Hardy has got an issue though. I think Ben, where he's had to stop the car and then try to restart it, it's not wanted to refire, and the pole sitter is calling over the attention of the marshals, and the 169 of Ben Hardy now has an issue. Ben Hardy diggers stickers on the car, and we are hoping that the pole sitter can take the start. Visor down. I think Ben is happy, and we are going to get going. Hardy, Constantine and Burke, your front row. Turner, the 88 of Lundy, and the 420 of Kevin Sharkey, who missed the last race. 3 laps to go. We're green and go. The RX 150s left on the line because these Knight and Nimble cross cars weigh about half as much of the RX 150s, and the 850cc engines blast away nicely down into Talladega. We've got 2 packs of 3 squabbling for track position, and it's Kevin Sharkey who's come from the back of the grid. That was a tremendous start then from Sharkey in the black and the yellow. He's all fired up after not being allowed to take the start of the previous race. Sharkey is driving angry here, and he is driving into the lead from the very back of the grid. The Irishman in the Speed Car Wonder into North Bend Hairpin with the advantage. Second spot is Constantine. Third now Turner, and Brad's got a wriggle on as well. He's trying to make a move, and goes Joker. So Brad Turner then in 61 into the Joker lap section with Ben Hardy behind him, followed on by Rowan Lundy, the Rallycross newcomer. They come out of the Joker section, and it's Sharkey who still leads the way, but James Constantine in the oldest cross cars out there. It's the oldest chassis on this grid, and the TN5 is still being dragged along nicely by James. He's squeezing every ounce of power he can out of it and performance, and James is in second at the minute, ahead of this battle between Burke and Turner for 3rd and 4th, but it's the race leaders who are closing up. Sharkey from the very back of the grid in 420, James Constantine in number 8, and Stephen Burke goes wide through the North Bend, and that might allow Brad Turner to get up alongside. They come down Hairy Hill absolutely as one, and Brad Turner, he gets the move done with Burke going Joker. So Brad's now into 3rd spot, and the race leaders Sharkey and Constantine are yet to go into that longer route. We begin the final lap of 3, and it's Sharkey with the advantage, but Constantine behind, and neither of them have taken the longer route, so they're going to have to disappear. The one to watch is Brad Turner. He's the fastest driver on circuit. The white, blue and orange colours of Bradley Turner in 3rd spot. That is the car to keep an eye on, because he is right on the tail now of Constantine in 2nd spot, and Sharkey in 1st, and both are going to have to disappear. Brad Turner is the cross car on a mission in this latter part of the event. The Q3 stages could be going the way of Turner, because the other 2 peel off to the Joker. The leaders disappear, and Brad Turner says thank you very much. He comes through, and from the 2nd row of the grid, Brad Turner wins it in 61. Turner wins. Sharkey 2nd, Constantine 3rd. Ben Hardy is in 4th, with Rowan Lundy in 5th, and our final finisher Stephen Burke in 32. So Stephen's our last finisher in the race 1 of the cross cars. The best lap of 46.6 from Brad Turner, and a time of 2 minutes 29.9. So Bradley is the fastest on circuit at the minute. How will the times fare in race number 2? Because David Kane, Ben Bartlett, Max Weatherly, Will Ovenden and Liam McMullen, joined by Stephen Jones, will all be out on circuit in a moment. The last qualifier of the year, and it will be Will Ovenden, who's one of the stars of this category, out onto circuit in the Digger Sim car. number 5 of the 19-year-old, onto track. David Kane in 581 will be your star man, though, I'm sure, because he has been rapid. This Speed Car Wonder R is the new chassis. It's got a new air intake on the top. It's got revised suspension, different aero setup to the other Speed Car Wonders the other Irish drivers are using, and David has found great speed in 581 in recent rounds. Alongside him is Ben Bartlett with Max Weatherly in number 7. Max, the champion for 2025, Swift Sport dominator of the past. He's adapted well to rear-wheel drive, and he is a very handy rallycross driver at that. Liam McMullen's moved into the wrong position, so he spins his number 29 car around and will be on the 3rd row. The one car we're missing is Stephen Jones, so there's no Jones from the 2nd row. We're missing an RX-150. It's just 5 cross cars then, all with the Yamaha MT-09 850cc engine. And these motorbike engine pocket rockets are all set to go racing. We look towards the lights and it's ready to race. 3 laps ahead of us for the cross cars. Green and go, and a good start from Liam McMullen from the back row in number 29, but David Kane's going to have the advantage going down into the Talladega turn. Ben Bartlett and Will Ovenden, as ever, are locked together in the fight between the 2 youngest drivers in the category. Bartlett keeps Ovenden at bay in this early stage, but Max Weatherly from the outside of row 1 has made his way up into 2nd spot already. So Max is definitely looking like he's finding some form again right at the end of the season. He doesn't need to entirely find the speed, but he's won the championship, but he doesn't want to end it on a poor note. He wants to end the championship in style. As where's Liam McMullen going? He's gone wide through North Bend Hairpin, and that's cost Will Ovenden time. So the 2 red cross cars at the back of the pack, Ovenden and McMullen, both have dramas through the North Bend Hairpin right-hander, but down through the chicane, past the Arthur Debenham Tower, it's David Kane still out front, half a second clear of Weatherly, with Bartlett in 3rd spot. The fastest lap of the session so far set by Brad Turner in the last one, a 46.6. We'll see if these fastest drivers from Q2 can take that time away from him and the overall heat win. We'll have to wait and see. A lap and a half away then from the conclusion of the last final of the last qualifier of the year for the cross cars. Sideways through North Bend is Max Weatherly. That was beautiful, drifting the cross car through the right-hander at the top of the hill. They begin their final lap, and very shortly, and David Kane's gone Joker early, so Kane goes Joker, and that is earlier than usual. Max Weatherly yet to do his, but Max will have to disappear into that longer route before this session is complete. So Max is your race leader, 1.3 seconds ahead of David Kane in 2nd spot, but Max is going to have to disappear. The former Swift Sport racer who's been a star of buggy racing since switching across the cross cars after jumping out of the front-wheel drive tin top category. He's now really enjoyed this switch across. A rally instructor in the week. He's regularly at Brands Hatch coaching on the rally school there, but he is a very handy rallycross driver at the weekends as well, and he's going to turn into the Joker, but David Kane's going to be too close. Kane will come through, and David Kane is going to nip the lead away from Max Weatherly at the end of this one. Kane wins, but Max Weatherly's getting closer than we have seen in recent rounds. Ben Bartlett 3rd, Will Ovenden 4th, and Liam McMullen in 5th spot. That's how it finishes, and the time by Bradley Turner was good enough for 5th overall. So Kane, Weatherly, Bartlett and Ovenden all beat Turner's time, and Brad went 5th quickest in the Live TN11. The semi-final stage is upon us next, and that will be the Super Retro division with Charlie French and co due out on circuit any moment. on to final stage of the event then, and we're now into the finals. This is the first of our finals. We're not going to have time for the semi-final stages of the Super Retros or the Cross Cars, so we are skipping to the finals, and there'll be 4 laps in length. This is our last junior race of the season, and Caden Harris enters this race 6 points shy of championship leader Teddy McPherson, who's on the outside of row 1 in 119. Tommy Brown in 18 starts in second spot, and Harrison Foley in 273 is our last starter. Will Hans is a late arrival, but he's made it to the grid, so we will have the 5 starters with Will Hans coming down to the line. 20 points for a race win, 17 for second, 15 for third, 13 for fourth is how the points works. There's 6 points between Harris and McPherson, so Harris really wants to win and hope that McPherson is a long way down the order for things to change. But we are about to go racing for our junior final. Look towards the lights, ready to race, light flicks on. We go for the junior final. It's not a great start from Caden Harris. He doesn't get the best of getaways. There's contact involving Harrison Foley and Caden Harris down into the first turn. Foley's got broken something, steering I'd suspect. There's a bit more contact between Harris and McPherson on the run down into Talladega, but they both get away with it. So it's Tommy Brown who's your first race leader on the opening lap. Harris and McPherson, the 2 title rivals together. They're both in their final seasons in the junior category, and Caden in second spot. This wouldn't be enough to take the title away from McPherson as they clamber up Harry Hill for the first time. McPherson in the 119 car, moving into cross cars next season. So too is Harris. He's looking at cross cars as a potential. This is his last time in the junior Swift. The senior Swift is another option as well. We could keep these drivers in the one mate category for next year. But Teddy's going Joker this time, and so is Caden. So both the championship contenders follow each other into the Joker lap section. And I don't think Teddy expected Caden to go Joker there. They both went in pretty late. And Caden Harris and McPherson into the Joker lap section together. Brown it is who's our race leader. Caden Harris in second spot in the elite stickered number 84 entry. McPherson right behind him, and he's got his championship rival in his sights. Up over the tabletop and into the Devil's Elbow for the second time. It's only a 4-lap final, so we have 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Will Hans out of the Devil's Elbow with damage to the front of his green and red Suzuki, but as they clamber up Harry Hill for what is the second time, Tommy Brown's already making good his escape. Yes, both Harris and McPherson have jokered, but Brown's driving really well here, and he's going Joker to try and cover off the leaders behind. So the drivers in the championship are not going to be able to get close to Tommy Brown here. This is great stuff from Tommy in the number 18. He comes out of the Joker lap section with the lead. I don't think he's had a win this year already, so Tommy Brown's having a really good charge out front in the grey Suzuki. The championship fight is going on behind him, but Tommy Brown's having a really good outing on the Lydden Hill circuit. This is a good run from him. He's yet to have a win in the class, so this could be his debut win. He's third in the championship, and it's going to be a solid third, but he hasn't had an event win to his name at this stage. So Tommy Brown could be on course for his first win in the Swift Sport category in the junior division. Last lap board is being made ready. It's Caden Harris in second, Teddy McPherson third, and with McPherson's buffer in the championship, this would be enough. With Harris not winning and McPherson still there in third place, the gap would close, but it would be enough for McPherson, the 16-year-old from Buckinghamshire, to come on top with the title. They begin their final lap. It's the last lap then of the junior championship for 2025, and into the Talladega turn they come. McPherson wants to get past Harris at the end of this one, but he must know that he's done enough where he is. He doesn't need to try and throw it off the road in this last lap. Tommy Brown is half a lap away from victory, his first win in the category as they turn into the Devil's Elbow, and Hans is up the inside of McPherson. There's contact between the two. Will Hans really getting involved in the left-hander at the Devil's Elbow, but they both get away with it. It's Tommy Brown who's come out on top then. We've got half a mile left, less than that to go. The checker flag is ready. The 2 championship rivals are absolutely locked together. It's an 8-wheeled Suzuki coming down Harry Hill with McPherson and Harris dueling it out, but it's going to be a win then for the newcomer to the championship this year, Tommy Brown, gets his first win in the category. Brown wins it, Harris is second, but McPherson wins the title, and Teddy is delighted with that. Hand out the window. Teddy McPherson is your 2025 Junior Rallycross champion. He takes the win and the 2025 crown. Tommy Brown, though, has got his first win in the category, and he is absolutely chuffed with that. He's been on the podium numerous times. He's confirmed third in the championship, but that's his first win of the season. So well done, Tommy, and all of the teenagers that have taken part in the Junior Rallycross Championship this year. That was a good, clean final, and well done to Brown out front. And McPherson for winning the crown. He's doing a slow down lap is Teddy. He's absolutely chuffed with that. And with his move to cross car coming next year, he can take the 2025 Junior Rallycross title with him. The Buckinghamshire-based 16-year-old is your 2025 champion. And Brown, your first event winner of the year for him. So great stuff from the juniors. And we're going to move on to the retros next. So the Swifts will be packed away for the winter, and they'll be back out next season with a number of new names, I suspect, because it's a transitional period for the juniors, with a number of these drivers getting too old to continue in the category or wanting to move up. But Teddy is absolutely delighted with that. He's won the title, and the 119 car is the champion of 2025. Our last race of the season for the retros then, the up to 1600cc retros. And it's Ian Biaggi who's qualified for pole. A great effort from the Scotsman in number 55. He is always a welcome racer here at the home of the sport. He raced at Knock Hill his last round. Not as far to travel for Ian, but he's trekked down to Kent for this weekend and had a really good showing. He starts on the front row. Joe Luke Eastwood, the digger driver from Ashford, is on the outside of row 1 in number 57. His granddad brought him along to rallycross events when he was growing up. He loved the sport, watching Rob Gibson and the Group B legends here trackside at Lydden. He wanted to one day race a Metro, and he's doing just that. He's found the Metro in Ashford, close to where he lives. He thinks the car's never left the town. It's always been based in Ashford throughout its life, and the Rover Metro is in use again on the rallycross scene. The middle of front row is Dan Swayland in number 22, the Ford Escort BDA powered Mark 1. He's planning to put an 1800 engine in it next year. Ian Halfhide, and our last starter, Pete Christmas, in the Toyota Corolla. We're ready to race, and the last retro race of the year is about to get going. What a start it was for Joe Luke Eastwood. He's got a very good getaway. The Metro man is going to challenge Dan Swayland and Biaggi down into Talladega. So there's good stuff from Joe Luke Eastwood on his first season in Rallycross. He's challenging Ian Biaggi through the right-hander of Talladega. We have no real title fight to worry about here because Dan Swayland has wrapped things up already. He is another king of the year for the Retro Rallycross division, but behind them there should be a bit of a duel between Biaggi and Joe Luke Eastwood. No Simon Hart. Simon's got an issue with the Mark 1 Escort, and Simon's out of this one before it started, sadly. So no Simon Hart, the Essex racer, in his Ford Escort Mark 1, but we have still got a similar car with more horsepower out on circuit, the Julian Godfrey, who's helped prepare the Ford Escort Mark 1 of Dan Swayland, and he turns through in number 22. The Kent Movers car working smartly with 3 laps left to go. Ian Biaggi, second spot. It's third for Joe Luke Eastwood, fourth for Pete Christmas, Ian Halfhide fifth, and sadly Simon Hart did not start, but it's Dan Swayland with a 1.1 second gap over Ian Biaggi out front. He's used this Ford Escort in circuit racing previously here at Lydden in the Modified Ford Championship, so it's been a handy car both on the loose and on the tarmac, and Dan is using it very effectively indeed. Joe Luke Eastwood out of the elbow in third spot. He's loved his Rallycross outing. He hasn't got a huge budget at all. He's busy with work and wants to go racing when he can at the weekends. He's just in a tent when he travels to far away events. He camps in the paddocks to save money to put into the Metro and raise enough budget to get the car out on track and get racing and fulfilling his childhood dream of going rallycrossing. So Joe-Luke Eastwood's doing just that now in 3rd spot, but Ian Biaggi's in a comfortable 2nd. Dan Swayden's still your race leader out front in the Kent Movers Ford Escort, but it's Biaggi in a comfortable 2nd. Pete Christmas is now your 4th place runner ahead of Ian Halfhide in the Peugeot 205, but into the left-hander at the Devil's Elbow goes Dan Swayden in the Ford. Through the left-hander 2 come Biaggi and Joe-Luke Eastwood. So the MG Metro A-Series powered car, the ex-Norman Outchin MG Metro, which is driven in period, it's still got the BARC stickers on the side from when it raced in the British Rallycross Championship decades ago. So Joe is trying to keep the Metro in period condition as much as he can. Those plans were dealt a blow when he rolled at Paddock at the last round, but they've got the car repaired. He's worked very well to get it fixed up. It was re-tracked overnight. The tracking was all out, but the team managed to get it, with the help of Bill Richards and the Roadrunners company, got the Metro re-tracked overnight, and it's ready and back on circuit now. But no one can stop Dan Swayden. The Kent Movers Ford Escort Mark 1 man is a cut above the rest in this one. Ian Biaggi got the better of him during the heats, but Dan Swayden will be pleased to see a shortened final here as well, because the Ford does begin to overheat in the longer races and can go into a limp mode. So Dan will be pretty happy to be seeing the checker flag being made ready this time through, and the Isle of Sheppey racer is going to come past the grandstands to see out his championship campaign, his last year in the retro division. Dan Swayden's going to win the race and claim the title with a victory at the end. Dan Swayden does it. He wins again. His 2nd spot for Ian Biaggi in the Mini in 55. Joe-Luke Eastwood in 57 is your 3rd place finisher. And 4th and 5th is close between Pete Christmas in the Toyota and Ian Halfhide in the Peugeot. But Pete Christmas in what is an overweight Toyota. He's hoping to take some weight out of the car over the winter. The drag racer finishes 4th. Ian Halfhide is your final finisher in 5th. The Windsor-based driver, with Simon Hart sadly not starting. Retros are complete. Their season is done. We'll have more cars out next season. I'm sure drivers have got cars tucked away and ready and being rebuilt and made ready for the 2026 season. And we do have Lydden Legends Festival returning next year on July 17th and 19th, where a number of these retro drivers will be the star attraction. But Dan Swayden wins, and with the bonnet signed by spectators here at Lydden, he thanks the fans for their support, waving to the crowd on the slow down lap, and it's another win for the champion. Very keen to see what he can do next year when he puts an RS200 1800 engine in the Ford Mark 1 and he joins the super retro ranks. Swift Sport final is our next race, and the main story in this one is that Matt Cake's team have got his 630 car repaired after it walloped the wall in the earlier qualifier race Q2. It looked like his season was over at that point and he wouldn't be able to complete his 100% winning record, but he's got the car repaired, and Matt Cake, the Canterbury racer, comes down onto 3rd spot in 630, an oval racer regularly, but a top rallycross campaigner, and he is already champion. Can he make it a clean sweep of victories in 2025? Tyler Scott from Sittingbourne on pole. Sam Peterson from Preston in Kent, not far away at all, starts in the middle of row 1 with Matt Cake and Phil Seath. No Liam Duran then in 46. That was a very brief appearance from Liam in the Swift Sport, so added to the grid for a couple of races, but we are set to go. 4 laps of action ahead of us for the Swift Sport finale. Can Matt Cake in the blue with the orange touches claim another victory or will the car be too badly damaged after it's off earlier on? It's not a bad start, but the best getaway is from Sam Peterson in 114. He's in the Lydden Hill hire car, the Peter Gwynn Motorsport run entry, which you can drive on Peter Gwynn hire days here at the circuit, and he's leading a full-blown rallycross race here in it. So Sam Peterson's had a very good getaway. He's still got a passenger seat in the car, so you can see it's used for driver coaching and driver experience days. It's not as developed as the cars around it, but Sam's doing really well to lead the way, or he does just run a bit deep through the elbow, and Matt cakes up the inside, so Matt's into the lead. Matt's in a traditional position for him now in top spot. He lifts the right rear wheel as he turns into North Bend hairpin, with Tyler Scott right in the thick of it in third spot. Phil Seath in fourth. As the light begins to fade here at the home of Rallycross, we've got a familiar sight out front because Matt Cake is your race leader. He approaches the chicane for the first time, where he got it all out of shape and into the wall earlier today. Tyler Scott's the first of the drivers to have taken the Joker lap, so the autocross racer is now fourth, but has got the Joker lap ticked off as Matt Cake continues to lead, with Sam Peterson in second spot, third for Phil Seath in the black, in the grey and the orange colours, into Devil's Elbow for the second time. You can just watch Matt Cake at work. He flicks the Suzuki through the left-hander at Devil's Elbow. He really has been a cut above the rest in the Swift Sport Championship this season. He starred in the category before, beating Will Ovenden to the crown, but he is a real front runner again in 2025, coming down Hairy Hill and into Paddock Bend. He's going to stick to the normal line, and Sam Peterson in second goes Joker this time. So Peterson goes into the longer route. Phil Seath sticks to the normal traditional rallycross route through the chicane and out the other side. 2 laps left to go. It's Tyler Scott fourth in his Suzuki. Didn't sound as it should as it came past the commentary box. I don't know if Tyler's car's running sick slightly. It didn't have the usual sound as it came past the tower. Matt Cake gets a lot of air over the jump in 630, and that's been a very quick repair job from the Chris Cake Run squad to get the Phoebe Motorsport car back out on circuit, and Matt will be delighted to be right at the front end here. The last lap board is being made ready, and Matt Cake then is 1.5 miles or so from claiming yet another win. He's won every round this season, from Lydden to Pembrey to Mondello Park. He's won everywhere as Matt Cake. He's been an absolute star in the Swift Sport category, the most dominant winner of this one make championship. But 630 starts its final lap, and the Joker laps are now completed. So Tyler Scott looks like he'll be off the podium in this one. It definitely sounds like he is down on power in this last race of the season. Liam Duran did not start it, so the 4 starters mean we're going to have one missing out on a trophy, and it'll be, look at this rate, Tyler Scott, who just misses out on the rostrum come the end of the day. But up Hairy Hill then for the final time this season, it's going to be a win, it seems, for Matt Cake in the 630 into the right-hander. He turns, wipers on for some reason, no sign of rain now after the drizzle we had earlier, but he turns through the right-hander at the top of Hairy Hill. He's already celebrating in the 630. Matt has won every race he started, and it'll be good to see him move up a division next year. Flings the car through the chicane, punches the air with delight. Matt Cake wins, and he's done it. He's won every single race put on this season. That is a truly dominant display from Matt Cake, and he set the fastest lap of the session at the very end, in exactly 51 seconds. Matt Cake was on it there, and that was a tremendous display from 630. A Kent racer wins on his home circuit. The second generation rallycrosser takes the title, and no one can stop him. That is an absolutely dominant display in a category so closely controlled and identical cars as the Suzuki Swift Sport Challenge. Brilliant stuff from Matt, and he heads back to the paddock with the victory to his name. Super retro final time now, and this should be one head of a race from one of the most entertaining classes we've seen all season. The battle between Charlie French and Alan Crockett has been one to watch. But there was sadness in the Retro Rallycross paddock this week because Steve Pascoe, who you would have watched if you've spectated here at Lydden in recent years, even as recently as this year, competing in his Diamond Bright Ford Sierra, he sadly passed away at the age of 80. Steve competed in Rallycross over 40 years ago in a Peugeot 205 GTI, Subaru Impreza in Ireland, and then into the Retro division in his Ford Sierra, usually seen on circuit with some Paul in a Ford Escort. Before Rallycross, he raced in hot rods in the London stadiums and at Brands Hatch and here at Lydden. So sad news in the Retro paddock with the passing of Steve Pascoe at 80 years of age. He would have been on the grid today, I'm sure, but supporting the Super Retro category. But a big grid we have in front of us, and it's Charlie French on pole position in SR1. Alan Crockett alongside in the Opel dealer team cadet, the outside of row 1, Stuart Emery in 71. Alan Tapscott and Nigel Davey in 691 make up row 2. Row 3, Pat Duran in 46, Andy Grant in 45, Vince Bristow, Dave Ewan and Hannah Stewart make up the grid. Sadly, there's no Ray Morgan, so Ray's missed out on both finals. He's got a good team behind him, has Ray. His son Gavin, having worked for the Alpine Formula 1 team. His former mechanic Hayley Harrod's gone into working with the M Sport Ford World Rally team, but sadly Ray Morgan won't get out on track in the final for the second day running. We'll see Ray back next year, I'm sure, but there's a title on the line here, and there's 10 points between Charlie French in 151 points and Alan Crockett and 141. The fight between the pair has been tremendous all season. How will it go here in the Super Retro final? 4 laps of action ahead, no joker lap, and a huge grid of pre-1991 racers. We're ready to go. We're green and away, and it's Stuart Emery who gets the best start from the initial launch. Charlie French gets bogged down. There's contact behind. Andy Grant and Alan Tapscott are involved on the line. Tapscott and Grant are both backwards in the grass in the spinning Ford Escorts, but it's Alan Crockett who's doing the early leading in this one. Hopefully Alan can get the Ford moved because he's at a tricky position on the chicane exit. He's going to get it moving now, I think, but it's Alan Crockett who leads. Charlie French in the Ford Escort is your second place runner. Stuart Emery third, Nigel Davey fourth, Pat Duran is in fifth spot with Vince Bristow sixth at the back of the pack, but it's Crockett who leads, and Charlie French is doing enough at the minute to take the title. He's right on the rear bumper of Alan Crockett in the naturally aspirated 2.7 litre Opel against the 1.9 litre turbocharged Zach Speed Martin Skanker Tribute in the hands of Charlie French. The SR1 versus 779, and Charlie French is going to try and make a move right around the outside. There's almost contact between the pair as they go down into Talladega. This is tremendous stuff from the dentist from Northern Ireland against the engineer from Heathfield. This is tremendous battling, but Crockett's got a bit of an edge over Charlie at this stage. It's Rallycross final, anything can happen, and 10 points in the championship fight means that a title is still on the line, but at the minute Crockett will win but not win the crown. Charlie's doing enough in second place to take the title away and back to Heathfield in East Sussex to make it 2 from 2. A spin behind Stuart Emery has spun the Volvo, and it's almost blocking the road. The huge Volvo 242 up at North Bend Hairpin. I think that might have been contact with Pat Duran up at North Bend, but Stuart's around, so he's off the podium. But it's Alan Crockett who's your race leader. Duran now in third spot. Emery's dropped to the right to the back of the pack in the Volvo, but Alan Crockett through and up towards the jump. This is the penultimate lap now, and the 779 car has the advantage over the flame-throwing Ford of Charlie French behind. Pat Duran in a strong third spot after the dramas of the last lap. Nigel Davey in 691, Vince Bristow behind, and Dave Ewan in sixth spot at the minute. But we have 1.5 laps left to go. Alan Crockett is doing all he can. The son of Davy Crockett, who raced in the Nova Challenge in the past and a top rallycrosser in his own right. Alan's been a real star of BTRDA rallycross in recent years and has now joined the Super Retro division and absolutely put on a show in the RXNI run car. Pat Duran's had a drama through chicane and has lost a lot of ground out of sight, but it is Alan Crockett then on this final lap. It looks like he's going to be able to do it on this last race of the season. We've got a bit of a retro rallycross car park over on Dover Slope with Alan Tapscott and Stuart Emery both parked up at the side of the road, both out with damage, but it's Alan Crockett then who's climbing up Hairy Hill into North Bend Hairpin for the final time. The Northern Irish-based dentist has been top form all season, and he's going to take the win here, but not do enough to claim the title. Crockett down into paddock for the final time. Alan will win the fight in the last round of the season. He's delighted with that, but Charlie French is your champion for 2025. He wins again in the Super Retro division. The Tuesday Night Rallycross Club will be absolutely delighted with that. He's a double champion. He only joined Rallycross in 2023. The car was demoed here at the Lydden, one of the World Rallycross events, as Andy Grant and Dave Ewan continue their fight. They're coming down the hill together. The Ford Escort Mark II man gets ahead of the Ford Fiesta. So that was a good move by Andy Grant. He gets past in 45 ahead of Dave Ewan, and Hannah Stewart's on the back of them as well now. So good pace from Hannah. There was decent fighting behind, with Alan Crockett winning, Charlie French second, Pat Durand third, Nigel Davey fourth in the TR7 V8, Vince Bristow fifth, Andy Grant sixth. A huge list of cars continues with Dave Ewan seventh, Hannah Stewart 8th, Stuart Emery 9th, and the non-finishers being Emery in 9th and Tapscott. Good stuff from the Super Retros. But Charlie French is your 2025 champion. He's got SR1 on the door of the Ford, and he can keep that for another year. Alan Crockett's going to throw the brilliant Opel Kadett into a donut up at North Bend. Alan has been tremendous all season. The racing has been superb between himself and Charlie, and hopefully we'll see more of that in 2026. Charlie French celebrates as well. Martin Skank would be proud of him donutting around and sliding the Zack Speed Ford through the turn. Pat Durand trying to do the same, but he's decided to mow the grass instead, and Pat in the Zack Speed Ford spins the Mark II Escort onto the infield. But it is Charlie French who comes second in the race, but first in the title fight, and French is your champion again in the Super Retro division. Our penultimate final of the weekend. Sadly, the weekend is drawing to a close now as the light fades here at Lydden. We've got Stuart Emery's car to be recovered. Alan Tapscott's making his way back to the paddock. We may even leave Stuart's car at the side of the road, but we are getting ready to go with our penultimate final of the weekend, and it will be the cross car category, joined by the RX 150s. David Kane enters this round in fine form. He has won numerous races this season in the latter part of the year since getting the new speed car Wonder, and we'll see how he goes in this last round of the season. He's been an absolute star in the latter part. Will Ovenden alongside him, yet to have an event win. Can today be the day that he stands on the top step? Will Ovenden in number 5 alongside Max Weatherly, who's already the champion. That's confirmed. His points lead is enough to take the crown even before this race is held. Ben Bartlett in 44 next door is on the second row in the Mygale alongside 61 of Brad Turner. Row 3, we're going to have 4 rows. This is a huge grid of single seat little buggies and the cross car entries. James Constantine's on row 3 in number 8. Liam McMullen is alongside in 29. Ben Hardy in 169. We have 4 rows of cars. It's like a circuit racing grid. It'll be a huge field of cross cars and RX 150s. Great to see the championship. This is only its first year, don't forget, but the category is really popular and can only grow from here. The fourth row, Rowan Lundy and Stephen Burke, and on the very back, Kevin Sharkey and Stephen Jones. That is a long grid. They almost can't fit in our camera shot on the start line. This is circuit racing style stuff with such a big field of cross cars, and they're about to go racing for 4 laps of action. The title is done, but can Will Ovenden get his first win of the 2025 season from second on the grid? He glances across to Max Weatherly. They're going to take the fight to the Irishman off the line. Max seems to have found good speed towards the end of the day. Can he continue that entering this last round of the championship? David Kane will be looking to finish second in the standings. He's 4 points clear of Ben Bartlett coming into this. So if David Kane wins, he'll be second in the standings. But we are almost ready to go. A huge, colourful grid of cross cars and RX 150s. Do look out for the RX 150s because they've got bigger engines, 1000cc. They'll be quick in a straight line. But who is your money on in this? It is a huge grid of cross cars and RX 150s. After a very successful first season for the championship, how will it conclude? We're green and go, and Will Ovenden gets a decent start for the middle of row one, but Max Wedley's got a good getaway as well. David Kane should hold sway going down into first turn. Max Wedley's got all out of shape and he's falling, being swamped by the pack. So Wedley was third. He's now down to about fifth or sixth. It's Kane who leads. Ovenden second. Bartlett's in third spot. Into fourth position comes Liam McMullen. McMullen's diving up the inside and there's contact. McMullen just brushes past Ben Bartlett's Mygale. So the speed car wonder gets past, but Bartlett's having none of that. Bartlett comes back at him as they climb up Hairy Hill into North Bend Hairpin, and they all arrive at the turn as one. Bartlett, McMullen, they're all absolutely locked together. Max Weatherly's falling like a stone. He's a long way down the order now, but Ben Bartlett's still absolutely really trying to make a move on McMullen as they charge down into Paddock Bend. It's David Kane who leads, Will Ovenden in second, Ben Bartlett's in fourth, right on the tail of McMullen in third. It's great Joker lap action with a number of drivers opting for the longer route. It's also included Stephen Jones in that Joker section, but the duel on track is really this fight for second, third and fourth place. We've got the race leaders, Ovenden on the tail of David Kane, but McMullen and Bartlett are having a great scrap over third and fourth position. They climb up out of Hairy Hill. The race leaders into North Bend Hairpin. David Kane is your pace setter for now, with Will Ovenden behind. McMullen, Bartlett and Turner complete the top five positions, and Bartlett is looking very racy indeed, trying to make a move on McMullen. Goes Joker. It's the youngest driver in the pack. He's just 16 years of age. He'd be young enough to drive the slower, less powerful cars if he wanted to, but Bartlett's a very capable young driver, and he has stepped right in to this junior cross car, into this cross car category this season. Max Weatherly is a long way adrift down the order after his slow start, but he should be one to watch as this race progresses. But it's David Kane who still leads the way as they climb out of the Devil's Elbow and up towards the North Bend Hairpin. James Constantine's in the thick of the pack, but David Kane is into North Bend with Will Ovenden right behind him. This huge grid. We have 12 cars out on circuit. There's fights everywhere you look, and Liam McMullen's up the inside of Brad Turner. Into the lead, David Kane and Will Ovenden have both gone Joker this time through, and there's a real fight behind. We've got two cars into the Joker together, and Brad Turner's into the gravel. He's made his own Joker lap. Brad Turner had nowhere to go, forced into the gravel. It seemed the two cars tried to go into the Joker side by side. So Brad Turner and McMullen came very close indeed, but what a great fight it is between the cross car and RX 150 Jewelers. Up over the jump goes David Kane, and Will Ovenden has got second place to his name for now. He wants to take the win here and claim his first victory of 2025, but he's running out of laps. He's going to have to force a mistake from the speed car Wonder R of Irishman David Kane, who's new-ish to Rallycross. He only started in the category last year, and he's now got traffic to deal with because Ben Hardy is going to be lapped here. The pink RX 150 is in danger, will be lapped before the end of this, and Will Ovenden might be able to challenge. They get towards the line, but they can't do it. Will Ovenden nearly caught up with David Kane at the finish, but that is the checker flag. The last lap board was being made ready for Ben Hardy, who was about to be lapped, so that's what caught us out on the lap count, with Ben Hardy about to be lapped. The last lap board was being made ready, but the checker flags flew, and Will Ovenden just misses out on his first victory. David Kane wins again. He's been absolutely on fire at the end of the season. He's won the last events in a row, and David Kane wins again at Lydden Hill in the Speed Car Wonder R and takes second in the championship. So second in the championship for David Kane. Will Ovenden with a great drive in the Digger Sim car in the Cross Car Mygale XE04. He's second. Ben Bartlett third. Max Wedley was fourth in the end. Liam McMullen fifth. Brad Turner in sixth. tremendous stuff from the cross cars, and it'll be the Supercar finale which will round out our season next up. There was damage down at the Joker lap. Someone hit the bollards through the Joker lap section. It was all happening. Difficult to keep up with everything with 12 cars on circuit, but David Kane wins. The fastest lap of the session went to Max Weatherly, so he really showed his speed again there, did Max. A 45.8 for Max Weatherly in number 7, but David Kane it is who has the last laugh in the 2025 season, taking the victory, but Max Weatherly is your overall champion in the 25 season. Supercars next for our last race of the season. Our last race of the season at Lydden Hill. Last race of the season at the circuit. Last race for the championship. And it's our Supercar finale. 4 laps ahead of us. So we've lost a couple, but it should be a very frantic 4 laps with Patrick O'Donovan on pole position. He'll be looking to end the season on a high after losing out on the title to Derek Tohill last night under the floodlights. It's Patrick O'Donovan in GB1 who comes down on to pole position. Andrea de Bourg smoking the Peugeot 208 in the tyre cleaning zone. Andrea is ready to go in the practice launch area, and he's now heading down to the to the start line in the Peugeot. It'll be a Peugeot 123 with Patrick first, Andrea second, Derek third. And who will come out on top between them? Patrick O'Donovan in the ex-Hanson Peugeot 208. Andrea de Bourg, fresh from his victory yesterday. And Derek Tohill, fresh from claiming the title. They'll be full of confidence. The two DA Racing teammates are always on the pace, but they've got a very hard charger in the form of Patrick O'Donovan alongside them. Julian Godfrey has been a star to get the Citroen DS3 repaired. The spirit of rallycross evident in the paddock as always, with Tristan Ovenden's team helping provide parts to get the Citroen DS3 fixed up and ready to go for this race after its huge incident in the earlier qualifier. Tom van der Heuvel is your 5th place starter in his Troll Speed powered Volkswagen Polo, the Martland Motorsport built car. And on row 3, Mike Seller in the similar Polo, George Tracy Jr. in the Citroen C4, and Sam Clennell has made it out for the final in his Proton Iris. The title is done. Derek is the champion for 2025 in number 77. The Parts for Cars sponsored Peugeot is your 2025 champion, but who will win the last race of the season? 4 laps ahead of us for the headline 600 brake horsepower turbocharged 4-wheel drive supercars, which are about to blast away from the Canterbury Straight. Start line marshal gets ready. Thumbs up from race control. We are all set to go racing here at Lydden Hill for the last race of the 2025 British Rallycross Championship season. 4 laps to go, and it's a lot about the launch. Who will get the best launch here? O'Donovan, de Bourg or Tohill? It's Tohill. Derek gets a good start. De Bourg does too. And O'Donovan's left on the line. So it's the DA Racing cars that power ahead of POD. So Patrick's got work to do here with Sam Clennell left on the line out of shot. But Derek's got through into top spot. And Andrea de Bourg into second. So Patrick's down into third. What a tremendous start it was from the DA Racing Peugeots. And Tohill blasts away into the top spot. He is away and gone out front at the minute. De Bourg will try and back up O'Donovan as much as possible as they turn into the North Bend hairpin. DA Racing will be on the radio to their drivers and letting Derek know that De Bourg's there, O'Donovan third as it stands, and they all stick to the normal line for now. So there's no joker action between the top cars. No one's gone into the longer route yet as the three Peugeots flick their way through the chicane on this last race of the season for the British Rallycross Championship. It's been great to have one of the top drivers from France across the channel to race here this weekend, and Andrea De Bourg is now really feeling the pressure of Patrick O'Donovan behind him into the Devil's Elbow for the second time. It's the Peugeot 1, 2, 3, but maybe we didn't expect this order when we looked at the grid. They're in complete reverse order to how they started because Derek Tohill was away and gone at the start. It was a superb getaway from the former European touring car champion. Will anyone joker from the top three? No. Oh yes, Patrick O'Donovan, a late call. I thought he was sticking to the normal line. So POD, jokers in the Peugeot. So Patrick's into the joker. So too is the Polo of Van der Heyden. So Van der Hoovel's into the joker lap section, and now Patrick O'Donovan in GB1 has got to get his foot down and try and catch up with the Peugeots ahead of him. It's Tohill who leads. De Bourg in second. Into the Devil's Elbow they come. The two DA Racing cars running from the same awning, very similar setups on these Peugeots as they spit flame into North Bend through the right-hander and smoking the tyres on the exit. They will probably go joker this time, surely. Will they send Derek and Andrea? So they're both going to go. This is a crucial point. They both go joker. Patrick O'Donovan's on the inside line. This is a crucial point of the race, and POD's going to get the lead. Last lap board is out, and Patrick's produced one of the best laps of the season. He's charged around. He's produced a 42.5, and Derek Tohill drops down to second. Patrick O'Donovan, one of the best laps we've seen so far of the day, and a huge jump. He's lost out on the title, but he wants to take the victory here, and the young charger looks set to beat the DA Racing Peugeots at the end of this one. They climb up Hairy Hill into North Bend Hairpin for the final time, and Patrick O'Donovan on the curbs out on the North Bend turn down Hairy Hill, the last rallycross race of the season, and Patrick O'Donovan is sideways through paddock. He's smoking those MRF tyres up towards the chicane, and Patrick O'Donovan wins it. Derek Tohill is in second. Andrea De Bourg is third. It's fourth place for Julian Godfrey, fifth for the hard charging 635 of Tom van der Heuvel. He finishes in fifth, and our final finishers, Mike Seller gets the better of the similar colours of Sam Clennell, and our last runner will be George Tracy Jr. in the Citroen C4. So the George Tracy in the trusty Citroen. Great to have this car back out on circuit, the car that his dad drove in Europe in the 2000s, and hopefully we'll see it back at Lydden Legends Festival next July. But Patrick O'Donovan has won the last race of the 2025 championship, heads back towards the paddock with a win. 0.6 for a second clear of Derek Tohill. Tohill, our new champion for 2025. Andrea De Bourg in third. Godfrey fourth. That was a brilliant effort from Julian. That is a heroic drive after the issues in Q1 and a huge hit down at Pilgrims. But Patrick O'Donovan in GB1 shows his speed in the Shannon-sponsored RX Racing Peugeot. Heads up around a North Bend hairpin. Will he go into donut mode? No, I think he's going to head into the paddock instead. Patrick O'Donovan has won the last race of the season, but Derek Tohill has won the battle across the course of the year, and Derek has been an absolute star. Great to have him back in British Rallycross action on a full-time basis this year. He hadn't been at the fireworks display for a good few seasons before yesterday, so great to have Derek back, and we might now see some donuts because they've entered the official donut zone, or are they not going to worry? We'll wait and see if Patrick's going to celebrate in GB1. Yes, here we go. So into the donut zone area they go. Dan Swayden put it in the gravel here yesterday, but Patrick O'Donovan's going to have no such trouble, and he lights up the MRF tyres. What's left of them is put deep into the Lydden Hill tarmac, and Patrick O'Donovan in GB1 wins in style the last round of the British Rallycross Championship. So Patrick O'Donovan does it. Derek Tohill is second, but wins the title, and third spot for Andrea De Bourg. Patrick wins the last race of the year without Dad Ollie here to watch on this weekend. Ollie will be watching the live stream, I'm sure, and Andrea De Bourg and the rest are going to head back towards the paddock. Don't feel you need to shoot off. We will have the podium celebrations in the paddock before the end of tonight. There should be about half an hour or so after this race, so do please feel free to head into the paddock where we will have the celebrations at the end of the British Rallycross season. But thanks to everyone who's made the event possible across the course of the 2 days. Absolutely sold out yesterday, first time we've had that at Lydden for many a season, I'm sure, and it's been a tremendous weekend of 5 Nations British Rallycross action. Thanks to all the marshals, trackside, the officials behind the scenes, the circuit staff, the volunteers, and everyone who makes the event happen, the drivers for putting on such a great display, and most importantly all of you for tuning in at home and being trackside here at Lydden in the cold November weather. The weather has been kind and the rallycross racing has been frantic. Hope you've enjoyed it, and we look forward to seeing you back at Lydden Hill in 2026.